Chapter 221. Scars. Gray City. The empty city wall passage was dotted with soldiers in full protective gear, who, like strings of black ants, patrolled wearily and tensely. From time to time, one could see heaps of pale red foam on the ground. These foams were everywhere, as if they had been sprayed randomly and discarded by the roadside. The piles of foam varied in size, some even taking on a human shape. They were like a pale red growth, proliferating across the entire surface of Gray City. Zhang Kaijun was dressed in protective clothing, his eyes peering through the goggles at this scene. "How is the quarantine foam working?" he asked. "Quite well," a towering, burly personal guard behind him replied. "It can isolate any source of infection at the fastest speed, preventing the further expansion of most infectious elements of the Black Disaster. Credit the research department for their achievements," Zhang Kaijun said indistinctly. "How much longer can we hold out on water?" "About 5 days," another person answered. "According to the instructions of the engineering department, all water is being used for the nuclear power plant cooling cycle to avoid excessively high temperatures that could burn out nuclear reaction facilities. Can't we delay it by collecting snow and ice from outside? Unfortunately, the quantity is too little." "So you're saying," Zhang Kaijun walked to the edge of the city wall, looking at Gray City under the bright lights, "if we can't come up with a solution within 5 days, we'll face the decision to leave due to the loss of energy and water, having to relocate in search of water?" Too many people had already died inside the city. Scattered individuals sat in the central square below, sitting under the lights, next to the cooling water pipes, wrapped in thick quilts, stiff and motionless, unclear whether they were dead or alive. Several older teens, leading smaller children, seemed to be searching for relatives everywhere. "I'm afraid that's the case," his subordinate responded. "Only a little over 2,300 people left alive in the city, and that's after we've recently taken in quite a few people from outside. But without water, no one can survive. There's still plenty of reserve water in Aurora City. Those who want to leave can go," Zhang Kaijun said calmly. "What about the supplies?" "Keep half. Distribute a standard external unit to every person for the rest." "Understood." The subordinate left. Zhang Kaijun stood in place by the city wall, turned around, and looked outside the city. Outside, the black fog rolled and tumbled with no stars or moons, no distant sights, the thick black fog like a giant wall blocking the entire face of Gray City. The cold wind howled, and suddenly a snowflake slowly fell, landing on his shoulder. "How can we survive?" He murmured softly to himself and extended his hand, gently catching a snowflake. "June, come out and play, it's snowing." Suddenly, a familiar female voice came from within the black fog outside. "We're all waiting for you outside. What's the use of hiding in the city and deceiving yourself? The city is just an illusion. You won't know until you come out. The Black Disaster is a lie. There is no Black Disaster. You're just hallucinating." Familiar voices kept coming from outside the city. These were sounds that only Zhang Kaijun could hear. Everyone heard a unique voice from the shadows in the black fog, one that didn't overlap with others. Only Zhang Kaijun could hear such voices, which others could not and would not be able to hear. Zhang Kaijun's face remained calm. His right hand slipped into his pocket, gripping a hard gun handle. He turned around and walked back. Just then, a patrol passed by and saluted him, brushing past. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot sounded from behind. Zhang Kaijun tensed and turned to look back. Among the patrol members who had just passed, a female member had shot herself in the face. Her bulletproof helmet had already been pulled back. The inside was plastered with blood and was unrecognizable. She lay twitching on the ground as the surrounding team members quickly dragged her aside, their hands trembling. It was suicide. Zhang Kaijun walked over, squatted down, and silently observed the young face with a gaping bullet hole in her forehead. One of the team members took out a small red bottle and began spraying the still-twitching corpse. Pink foam was quickly sprayed out, covering the entire body and all her equipment. This was to prevent the potential outbreak of the black disaster from her body. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Black Wind Camp. The white snow blanketed every corner of the camp. Inside a cave, the edges of a black communicator reflected a faint, worn luster. A layer of brown undercoat peeked through where the black paint had worn off. A pale, rough man's hand stretched over it, steadying the communicator. The other hand was tweaking a frequency knob, slowly searching for a channel. Yu Hong sat at the edge of the table, frowning slightly. 10 minutes had passed. No matter how he adjusted the search, there was no voice coming from the communicator. The continuous tiny sound of electric current, clearly audible, only added to the sense of solitude. Cannot get in touch with Minister Xiangile, and now even Wei Song and Old Zhang are unreachable? Yu Hong's joy at having recently reached the completion of the cultivation technique and gained its characteristics had by now completely disappeared. He had intended to contact Aurora City and Gray City, hoping to get some information on mutated individuals and enhanced blood samples. But, click, he turned off the communicator and stood up. Something must have happened. He was clear in his mind. Zhang Kaijun's character was extremely cold and stable. Unless something unexpected occurred, he would never forgo their daily communication. After all, the exchange of information and intelligence could often save many lives. Standing up, Yu Hong walked to the basement and sat down cross-legged in the center of the training room. On the ground lay a basic cultivation technique of the condensing water technique that he had written earlier. Just having the function of condensing water sources is enough to call it the condensing water technique. He picked up the piece of paper that had been torn down, briefly scanned it for a check, confirmed there were no issues, and then took a deep breath. Enhance the condensing water technique. Direction. Increase the water discharge rate. Enhance endurance. Those were the only two requirements, and he didn't care about the rest. The main purpose of this technique was actually to solve the water supply issue and provide a means of long-range attack. Therefore, increasing the water discharge rate could simulate weapons such as high-pressure water guns, and enhancing endurance was to ensure it could be used as a replenishing water source when needed. Soon, a black line flashed, flowing from the back of his hand into the paper. Enhance the condensing water technique? Success! Yu Hong felt relieved, knowing that he had finally completed the creation of a basic cultivation technique on his own. Although the threshold for this technique was quite high, requiring one to sense the many particles in the surrounding vacuum and filter out the hydrophilic energy particles needed. But this technique was meant for his personal use anyway. Creating a widespread cultivation technique was beyond his current abilities. Having confirmed that he could enhance it, Yu Hong didn't start immediately but reached out and picked up a blue light booklet from the ground nearby, which he had obtained from the Star River Taoist of the True Origin sect. After thinking for a moment, he put down the booklet and picked up another one that had been prepared earlier. That was the mysterious Taoist scripture, Pure Yuan Channeling Scripture. Similarly, after hesitating, he decided not to add it to the enhancement. What I need now is to quickly master a condensing water technique for use, not to enhance a powerful and uniquely functional advanced cultivation technique. Such a technique would not be something I can master in a short time anyway. I can add it later when I strengthen it, he thought to himself. Resisting the temptation, Yu Hong put both booklets down. I'll modify them later. There will be opportunities for enhancement synthesis in the future. He comforted himself. Once again, he stretched out his hand, placed it on the paper, and started the enhancement process anew. This time, the black line flashed, a countdown appeared, and the enhancement officially began. 12 hours, 8 minutes. Not a long time. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief. The simpler the cultivation technique, the better. The faster the training speed, the better. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the black giant passing by came from a distance. Yu Hong had grown accustomed to it. He stood up and left the basement to check on the mini-nuclear reactor. The temperature inside the reactor chamber was very high, with the outside around -30 degrees, but here it was over 30 degrees and still slowly rising. Yu Hong confirmed that there were no issues with the reactor. although he didn't know how to inspect it. As long as the temperature didn't exceed the gauge limits and there was no radiation leak, everything was fine. Having nothing else to do, he had his meal and then connected the radar he had received to the power source to try it out. The radar had an integrated color display to prevent signal obstruction, and Yu Hong moved it to the second floor of the stone castle. After some fiddling, buzz, the screen lit up. It was pitch black with a silver needle continuously rotating clockwise. Yu Hong lifted the cover beneath the radar to reveal a row of operation switches. From left to right, the first black switch was the power. The second switch was for temperature. The third was for precision. The fourth was for blood-tide monsters. The fifth was for shadows. This is an improved version. It makes sense. Who would still produce the old version of the radar at a time like this? Yu Hong looked at the radar screen, about the size of a human head, and flipped the switch for temperature. Click. The switch was turned on. Instantly, the radar screen turned blue, and 3 dark blue dots moved rapidly from left to right. Yu Hong had a thought, combined with the outside view of the black lizard, and determined that the nearest dark blue dot was the black giant that had just passed by the camp. Then, he turned off the temperature and turned on the blood-tide switch. Snap! Whoosh! Dozens of red dots appeared on the black screen, scattered evenly, but none was approaching the camp. The entire area of the camp was like a bare circle. Satisfied, Yu Hong turned it off and then activated the last switch for evil shadows. Hiss! In an instant, the entire screen turned a vivid red. Countless bright red dots surrounded a small piece of black in the middle of the camp like a small black island in a Red Sea. So many? Yu Hong was startled. But soon he realized something wasn't right. No, if there were really so many, how could the transport team have come in? From this view, there is no crack around. No, it shouldn't be like this. The radar should detect evil shadows based on the concentration of red value, and the reason it's so red around the camp may still be due to the wooden bridge and black ship behind it. After all, they're the product of over 1 million red value combined. Upon closer inspection, Yu Hong didn't find any specific dots representing individual evil shadows on the radar. He stood up and hurried to check the wooden bridge again, noting there were no changes, and the bridge hadn't eroded the array but was embedded in the camp as if it were part of it. Back in the stone castle, a thought rose in his mind. Could it be possible to assimilate this wooden bridge pier and the black ship into the camp as part of it? He had already experienced the purpose of the black ship, which could take him to various mysterious places. It was also very durable and hard to damage. Chapter 222, Scars of the Past. To verify the viability of his idea, Yu Hong went fully armed with weapons and equipment to patrol and inspect the wooden bridge for quite some time. He confirmed there was no danger when the black ship wasn't connected to certain locations. Thus, he left the campsite to gather some deadwood and began adding guardrails to the wooden bridge. Thump, 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 thump. A round of hammering ensued. Soon, 2 rows of wooden fences, meant to prevent people from falling into the dark water, were added alongside the previously bare posts of the wooden bridge. Because the material of the bridge itself was extremely tough, making it impossible to hammer in nails, Yu Hong had to use glue and ropes for binding. After completing these tasks, he returned to the cave, and after eating dinner, it was nearly time for the end of the strengthening technique for the black mark. So, to get the technique as soon as possible, Yu Hong, just like before, simply waited in the basement. The buzzing air purifier kept sounding continuously. Inside the basement, Yu Hong's eyes were fixed on the countdown above, watching the last minute jump down to 0. Whoosh! Instantly, the paper in front of him with the technique transformed into a thin sky blue booklet. Written in Chinese on the cover of the booklet was, Condensing Water Technique. Yu Hong's heart relaxed a bit. He picked up the booklet and flipped open the cover. Generally, the first page would record the technique's original name. Yu Hong was already accustomed to this, so he looked with sharp focus and careful attention. The original name of this technique was Cloud Water Techniques. It is one of the auxiliary methods of the Cloud Sky 9 Palaces sect, with 9 layers in total, simple to practice, with almost no requirements for talent, and when fully mastered, one can control up to 172 types of water sources. However, it's limited to ordinary control. Thus, the method is used by disciples of the sect to become proficient in water manipulation skills. Warning: the Cloud Sky 9 Palaces sect brought disaster upon living beings by using the source disaster in their cultivation, leading to the extinction of numerous beings and environments, and suffered annihilation 12 epochs ago. What does this mean? Wiped out is wiped out. Why the need for a separate warning? Yu Hong was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that, if I practice this technique now, someone might beat me to death later if they recognize it? And what's this 12 epochs as a time unit? After thinking for a while, Yu Hong couldn't be bothered with the warning. Survival was already difficult, why worry about the future? He would deal with it if and when he survived. He continued flipping through the subsequent pages. Water, a liquid, exists within all things. As a liquid, it flows, and flowing is its source, its change. Therefore, water is the external manifestation of the changes in all things, the most basic state of its source. The opening of the first level was extremely simple. After explaining the grand principle, it provided a visualization, combined with a handprint technique, requiring first to practice control over the most common type of room temperature water flow around oneself. Such control requires inner chi to drive, so the first assumption of this technique is that the cultivator already possesses a certain amount of inner chi to practice it. Yu Hong finished reading the first layer and felt it was very simple. So he got up, found a bucket of stored water and poured out a cupful. In the white paper cup, the tranquil clear water gently rested on the ground in front of Yu Hong. He gazed at the cup of water, quieted his thoughts, and slowly recalled the visualization of the first layer. His hands formed a delicate handprint, with his fingers interlaced like soft orchids. A strand of inner chi emerged from the dantian, rising into his hands, automatically circulating through the handprint. Very soon, the clear water in the cup began to tremble slightly, as if something was intensely shaking it. What is the principle behind this? Yu Hong's curiosity surged in his mind, inadvertently causing him to exit the visualization state. The water in the cup quickly returned to calm. He exhaled sharply and quickly re-entered the visualization. Soon, within a few minutes, the water in the cup began trembling again. Inner chi consumption accelerated, and once a stream of inner chi was exhausted, Yu Hong hurriedly called for the next. After the water in the cup continuously trembled for over half an hour, finally, a small ball of transparent water gradually separated itself from the cup, rising and floating upwards. Yu Hong's face turned red, his eyes fixed on the ball of water, striving to maintain the state. Time continued to pass, as streams of inner chi were increasingly depleted. More than 10 hours later, when Yu Hong walked out of the basement with bloodshot eyes, he was already holding a ping-pong ball-sized water sphere in the air. The water sphere was only a few centimeters away from the palm of his hand, but it didn't fall. The black mark had already been cast into the enhanced pyroxene, and during those 10+ hours, he had easily reached the standards of the first layer, while maintaining the floating water sphere in his palm. The second layer: control the water sphere to change into various shapes, from simple to complex. Yu Hong flipped through the content of the technique with one hand. Yu Hong wholeheartedly began to immerse himself in practicing the condensing water technique. Because his inner chi had the nature of Tao breath circulation, even when sleeping he would automatically practice chi cultivation, and so, 3 days later, in the inner courtyard of the camp, Yu Hong stood on the snow, floating a water sphere in his hand, controlling it to transform into a rope, encircling himself once before returning to its original form. Then he controlled the water sphere to transform into a human face, a water pot, and a flower. Although the transformations were very rough, like doodles made by a child, such progress was already quite impressive. After completing his daily training, he let go of the water sphere and let it hover beside his shoulder. The characteristic of Tao breath circulation meant he didn't have to worry about running out of inner chi, and likewise, after he had become familiar with the first 2 layers of the condensing water technique, it had already started to circulate these techniques for him constantly. As a result, Yu Hong discovered that even without forming handprints or using visualization, the characteristic of Tao breath circulation maintained the control of the water sphere for him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a bargain. He poked the water sphere with his finger, creating ripples that quickly faded and disappeared, and not a drop of water stained his hand. Every single drop of this water was under the control of inner chi technique, unable to break free. With this progress, in at most 3 more days, I'll begin the third layer training. Yu Hong recalled the content of the third layer. If the first 2 layers were just superficial control, then the third layer was a significant enhancement in the control of water flow. The third layer emphasizes microscopic control, that is, separating water from other objects. To achieve this step, several factors come into play, Yu Hong recalled and analyzed. One is the object's own binding force to its internal moisture. For example, it is quite easy to control and separate the water in a cup or a pouch. But if it's a piece of damp flesh, the water inside is much harder to manipulate, and the inner chi required would also vary greatly. The distance of inner chi manipulation also affects the control range of water. However, once the third layer is cultivated, one could basically condense moisture from the air. This wasn't about the principle of condensation like a dehumidifier, but about the aggregation of hygroscopic energy particles with water vapor, like a magnet attracting iron filings. Thinking of this, a strong sense of anticipation and motivation surged in Yu Hong's heart. Once the third layer was reached, the issue of water sources would be largely resolved. He looked at the tall stone walls of the outer courtyard. The black, solid walls had the effect of repelling lower-level black disasters and the capacity to absorb red value reserves. The moment they were destroyed, they could unleash a massive negative radiation explosion, which would definitely cause damage even to high-risk black disasters. The 3-meter-high black walls, even when bumped by big skin a few days ago, remained unharmed. Several elephant worms he let in hit the black wall a few times, causing only a slight tremble, and did not move an inch. It's probably only the black giant that can destroy the current black wall, Yu Hong thought, his sense of safety reaching its peak. Rip. Suddenly, from the small mountain cave behind him, a newly born dragon lizard crawled out slowly and then quickly accelerated, climbed over the black wall, and disappeared into the black fog. The number of dragon lizards was increasing. Currently, there were still more than a dozen, a number reduced due to several deaths before. As long as this continues, with time flowing, the area around will become the territory of the dragon lizards. Only the black giant, later on only higher-level evil shadows and the black giant could pose a threat to the camp. But with the dragon lizards and monitoring radar, I could be alerted at the fastest speed. With his mind at ease, Yu Hong returned to the cave and continued with his cultivation technique training. The Tao breath circulation could only guarantee a bit more than half of the training effect. It was still much faster for him to do it himself. Rare stable times passed day by day. Finally, on the 4th day at noon, the sky remained pitch black. Yu Hong grabbed a clump of black soil in one hand, gently loosened his grip, and let the soil fall to the ground. The black soil, previously moist and dark, instantly transformed into dry powder as it fell. Yu Hong opened his palm to reveal a small cluster of transparent water floating in the center. A happy smile spread across his face. At last, I've done it. He took a deep breath, inner chi swirling inside him, and fiercely struck the snowy ground with his palm. In an instant, countless white snow particles dissolved, melting into spheres of water under the influence of inner chi, and began to float upward. At the same time, the deeper layers of black soil within a 3-meter radius of Yu Hong also began to dry rapidly as transparent, small water spheres rose from them. Dozens of water spheres of various sizes floated alongside Yu Hong, slowly starting to spin. Plop, plop, plop. Then all the water spheres plunged one by one into the prepared wooden barrel, filling it more than halfway. Yu Hong ended his training, the smile in his eyes growing even denser. Next, the 4th layer, time to switch to a second type of water stream, to train my control over other liquids. So, the second water stream I'll choose is... For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. Where in this icy, snowy landscape was he supposed to find a second type of liquid? Lava?
Chemical solution?
Or The black water under the wooden bridge behind? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Yu Hong's mind like lightning. Since that river water is also a liquid, why can't I attempt to control that substance? If I could control that black water, perhaps I could use it as a kind of attack method. After all, he had perused the subsequent content. The cultivation technique stated that whatever liquid was controlled, the body would gradually develop various special effects related to that liquid. For example, with ordinary water flow, reaching great accomplishment would lead to effects such as breathing underwater. Thus, this supplementary cultivation technique of the Cloud Water Technique sect was indeed worthy of a world-destroying, top-tier power. Even as a supplementary technique, it had formidable effects. Chapter 223. Estimation. By the wooden bridge's edge. Black fog churned on both sides, and the mysterious black water below was equally turbulent. Yu Hong crouched at the edge of the bridge, staring intently at the flowing black water. He slowly formed the water control hand seal with his hands, inner chi swirling within, aimed at the black water. He began to carefully absorb the flowing black water using hydrophilic energy particles. As long as this substance was still water, it could definitely be absorbed. Maintaining his stance, Yu Hong remained motionless, and quickly, 10 minutes had passed. The black water still showed no sign of movement. He persisted, continuing to hold his position. Before long, more than half an hour had gone by. The black water remained immovable as ever. Sweat started to form on Yu Hong's forehead. He had expended 6 streams of inner chi, but there seemed to be no effect. Should I give up and try another method? No. The hydrophilic particles can feel the subtle force of absorption, which means this black water is indeed a liquid and not some other disguised substance. As long as it's a liquid, there's a chance that the condensing water technique can take control. Yu Hong made up his mind and continued to stand firm. Quickly, another hour passed. Suddenly, Yu Hong saw a small water tentacle protruding from the swift current inside the black water. His spirits soared, knowing there were finally signs of success. He hurriedly maintained the output of his inner chi. This was possible only because of the Tao breath circulation within him. Otherwise, such continuous expenditure of inner chi would become unsustainable over time. But now, replenishing while using, the two counteracted each other, significantly extending the duration he could maintain this. Another half an hour passed, and Yu Hong finally held up a ball of black water in his palm. The water sphere was pitch black as ink and began to rapidly evaporate into smoke as soon as it left the river. But Yu Hong forcefully controlled it using the condensing water technique and kept it absorbed. Holding the black water sphere, he cautiously moved out of the range of the wooden bridge. Snap! His footing slipped as he stepped on a small stone, causing his palm to tilt slightly. Instantly, a bit of black water escaped his control and evaporated into black smoke in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. The detector on his collar immediately sounded an alarm. The numbers skyrocketed insanely to over 100,000, then quickly descended and stabilized at around 40. Could this black water be a high concentration of liquidized black fog? Yu Hong had a thought, seemingly onto something. Holding the black water sphere, he returned to the inner courtyard of Black Wind Camp, carefully examining the object, then began to practice refining his manipulation. The next step was to repeat the first and second layers, enhancing his meticulous control over the black water. An hour later, Yu Hong accidentally lost focus due to fatigue, and in an instant, the black water sphere evaporated away, causing the red value inside the camp to spike significantly. Fortunately, the array was powerful, quickly neutralizing and offsetting the levels. Yu Hong exhaled and checked the enhancement level of the black mark. With the enhancement by luminous stone powder completed, he went to find some remnants of the black disaster along with a radar to begin a new synthesis enhancement. He did not specify a particular direction for the enhancement but let the black mark upgrade randomly. The countdown revealed it would take close to 2 days. After completing these tasks, he immersed himself again in the practice and tempering relating to the black water. The outside world was unreachable, as communicators seemed to be disrupted once more. Even the national broadcast stations could not be received. In the entire camp, only he was present, and due to concerns about the black giant, Yu Hong could only drown himself in continuous practice and enhancement. Looking at the constantly strengthening camp, looking at the constantly improving state of his cultivation, he felt an ever-increasing sense of security. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The food. It's not enough anymore, said a man in a cave. A foreign man sat quietly against the stone wall, leaning back with his knees bent apart, lighting a cigarette in his hand and taking a drag. Exhale. He blew a smoke ring and watched Lin Yi and the little nurse across from him, both looking haggard. The nearest place around here is the one I mentioned to you before, where the local hunters deposit emergency supplies for the winter. That's all there is, he said. We must go back. Lin Yi gritted her teeth, touching the nurse's forehead, which was burning hot. What's the point of venturing out if you can't see anything in this darkness without guidance equipment? The man said calmly. Are we just supposed to wait here and die? Lin Yi said helplessly. You're a good girl. The man took another drag of his cigarette. But these are tough times. How come you don't eat and it doesn't affect you? Lin Yi asked curiously, looking at the man. Since meeting him, she had never seen him eat anything. Yet his consciousness was clear without any sign of fatigue or pain. It's related to a secret, the man said with a smile. Encountering me was both unlucky and fortunate for you. What kind of secret? A secret that would surely kill you if you knew. Worse than the Black Disaster. In a sense, yes. The man looked at Lin Yi's skeptical face and couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, if you don't believe it, that's fine. Are you hungry? I'll take you to find something to eat. Since you've already bumped into me, just don't tell anyone afterward. It had been a long time since he had encountered normal people. A long time ago he was just an ordinary man himself, but things were different now. Okay. Lin Yi looked at the nurse, quickly got up, and knew that saving the nurse was the priority. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Black Wind Camp. On the perimeter. In the darkness, Yu Hong advanced toward Huafeng City, escorted by 4 dragon lizards on all sides. He had led a black giant there last time and was unsure of the current situation, so he decided to get closer and take a look. The core reason, of course, was that after perfecting the Thunderbolt leg technique, he was able to condense pure water using the condensing water technique, resolving the drinking water issue. So, Yu Hong planned to find a few black disasters to test his own strength. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could one be victorious in every battle, and to know oneself meant to clearly understand one's own limits. Only by doing so could he avoid overestimating himself and retreat in time when encountering an opponent beyond his limits. The black giant would be a good reference. After all, with the dragon lizard there, if he couldn't beat the enemy, he could let the dragon lizard lead them away. Amid the crisp sound of crunching snow, Yu Hong took one step at a time forward. The surroundings were so dark, he couldn't even see his own hand stretched out before him, and the only source of light was the atomic lamp flashlight in his hand. The flashlight's light formed a cylinder, projecting forward and illuminating the ground several meters away. The highly condensed light from the improved lamp could now penetrate the nearby parts of the black fog. Being complete in my cultivation, I still have not made a formal move. This time, I want to see what effect I can achieve when fighting. After all, given the frequency of my encounters, the black giant is a threshold I must face. Soon, the woods in front began to thin and then disappear. A broken highway appeared in front of Yu Hong. The gray asphalt was covered with various-sized footprints. Clearly, black giants of different sizes had passed by here, thoroughly crushing the road. Some of the road surfaces protruded above the horizontal line, curving upward, revealing the black rock layer below. Hiss! The light from Yu Hong's flashlight just happened to hit the road surface, and it illuminated a black rhino about the size of a small car. The rhino was dripping with black blood. Its skin appeared as if it had been flayed, with blood pouring down. Hiss, huff, hiss, huff. The rhino's heavy breathing sounded non-stop, like a giant bellows. It had a pair of amber-colored, diamond-shaped pupils, which contracted slightly when they caught sight of Yu Hong's flashlight, looking in his direction. No black giant found, but I ran into a black blood rhino instead? Yu Hong passed the flashlight to a dragon lizard beside him, wedging it between the row of spines on top of the dragon lizard's head. Elephant worms are only level 3, while black giants are between level 9 and war level. I haven't encountered a level 7 creature of this size before, Yu Hong recalled. Although level 8 insect men are higher, they are not the same type. Insect men belong to the black disasters with unique abilities. Let's try this out. He became interested. He had come out on this trip to start a fight and test his power, and the black blood rhino was just perfect. Puff, puff, puff. Yu Hong took the repaired huge spiked meteor hammer from his back and approached the black blood rhino step by step. The enormous iron ball and his expectant smile under the green light complemented each other. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Swoosh! In an instant, a tracer shot out from the darkness, striking a black blood rhino hiding among the stone forest. Boom! The explosion's firelight instantly illuminated the surroundings for a moment. The raging flames stuck to the rhino's body, burning continuously. The black blood rhino was slightly pushed back by the explosion, with half of its side blown away, creating a basin-sized hole. It shook its head, and its eyes revealed a surge of rage. Moo! With an angry roar, the black blood rhino turned and charged towards the defensive line from where the anti-tank rockets were launched. Da-da-da-da-da! The heavy machine gun fire burst out, and rows of bullets flew across the mid-air, striking the rhino's body and shredding its flesh. But as soon as these wounds appeared, they were quickly covered and enveloped by black flesh, healing in an instant, including the huge hole blown open by the rocket, which was also rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! 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 An incessant barrage of artillery fire fell, exploding around the rhino, causing it to sway side to side. Yet, no matter the bombardment, the black blood rhino would get back up and charge towards the artillery position. A level 7 black disaster, far from being as easy to deal with as a level 3 elephant worm. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted as the ground exploded into a huge burst of orange and white flames. The terrifying landmine explosion sent the black blood rhino flying heavily into the air, tumbling over a dozen times. After shedding half a ton of flesh and blood, the rhino fell, breaking 2 stone pillars in the stone forest before collapsing to the ground. With a splash, the rhino transformed into a large pool of black blood, dissolved, evaporated, and dispersed into black smoke. But then, massive amounts of black smoke quickly condensed on the spot, and within 2 seconds, a brand new black blood rhino charged out from the smoke. Second phase now. Quick, quick, quick. Watch the trajectory. In the distance, amidst the darkness, someone was shouting anxiously. There are 3 phases. Hold on, everyone. The second phase will be faster, and the third phase will have a significant increase in defense. Pay attention to the diversionary array. Shouts from the enhanced humans echoed all around. The sound of artillery fire rose again. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the black blood rhino stood for the third time and then was blown to pieces, everything finally ended. In the darkness, series of bright yellow lights came on, illuminating the full scope of the ambush force. 5 Chiyun light tanks, more than a dozen enhanced humans with portable rocket launchers, 3 armored vehicles with mounted machine guns. In the distance, there was a standard artillery squad of 15 soldiers, each 3-man team operating a portable grenade launcher. Apart from these, not far off, there were 2 Dong River mass-produced Wu Yun heavy tanks acting as shields blocking the front, dented in by the black blood rhino's direct charge, now appearing to be unusable. Additionally, a supporting combat team of 20 people had mostly fallen in the deep darkness, failing to evade when charged by the black blood rhino, and dying on the spot. The faces under the helmets of the group of enhanced humans were pale. Watching the black blood rhino's body gradually turn into black smoke, they finally regained some spirit from the shock they had just experienced. Chapter 224. Testing 2. Let's go. Confirm the positioning direction. The commanding officer sat in the largest armored vehicle, his expression cold, Standing beside him were a few people including Schweningning and Enin. The interference around us is getting stronger. Without enough power support, even we can't easily receive messages, the commander said coldly. Schweningning wanted to say something, but felt that no matter what she said, it wasn't as serious as the current atmosphere. To find this team had dealt with many black disasters along the way, but there had also been numerous casualties. Just for one person, Schweningning hadn't expected that after their report, such a high-level rescue squad would be summoned. Our ammunition reserve is running low. We can't afford to encounter a second black blood rhino. This type of black disaster is too tough, capable of reviving 3 times in a row, each time stronger than the last. According to the positioning locator sensed nearby, Lin Yi's position should be around here, right? The commander asked. The assistant operating the war vehicle's radar at the back nodded upon hearing this. Yes, it's around here. Precise location is hard to ascertain. Release the drones and the new type of mechanical spiders. Search slowly within a resistance remote control range of 500 meters, commanded the officer. Now that another member of the Misha family has been located and positioned by the main investigation team, once we find Lin Yi, we will immediately regroup and assist the second team in tracking. Understood, the assistant nodded. The one that attacked Yi's returning team was the Black Blood Rhino. After this clearing, it should last us a while, right? Schweningning asked quietly. Naive. The Black Blood Rhino is a newly appeared level 7 black disaster from the Bloodtide branch. Its biggest strength is its thick blood and rapid revival. We cleared one last time, and it could completely revive in less than half a day. So we only have half a day? 12 hours? Asked Schweningning, her complexion changing. No, only 10 hours left. If we don't find her, we'll have to retreat and beat the Black Blood Rhino again. The commander spoke coldly. He stealthily glanced at the assistant beside him, their eyes communicating. If it were just for the rescue, naturally they wouldn't mobilize so many elite troops just for Lin Yi. The key lay in the intermittent signals sent back by Lin Yi's locator, indicating that another member of the Misha family might be with Lin Yi. Their real orders were to find the target and send everything around them to the sky. On the highway, Yu Hong walked step by step towards the Black Blood Rhino, dragging a huge, heavy, spiked iron ball behind him. The hissing friction sound was especially clear in the silent dark night. Moo! The Black Blood Rhino couldn't hold back any longer, lowered its head, aimed its sharp horn at Yu Hong, and charged fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. Among the dull footsteps, the rhino, like a heavy battle tank, rushed towards Yu Hong at a speed of at least 150 yards. The ground trembled and cement chips flew. Yu Hong didn't retreat. He swung the iron ball, spinning it rapidly over his head. Around and around. The speed increased more and more, watching as the rhino was about to reach him. Suddenly, Yu Hong's eyes widened fiercely. He let go of the iron ball, allowing it to soar into the air. And then he covered his legs in white light and kicked straight ahead. Boom! With an explosion of inner chi, his kick carried several hundred tons of force, striking the rhino's chin and sending it flying upwards. Yu Hong pulled on the chain, catching the rhino with the iron ball in midair. Then he pulled down with all his might. The iron ball instantly crashed onto the rhino, the spikes digging into its flesh, attaching it tightly, and together they smashed downwards with added gravity. With a thunderous crash, the highway's cement surface collapsed into a fall, creating a hole more than a meter deep. Fairly easy. Yu Hong walked forward, looking down at the hole where the Black Blood Rhino lay battered and immobile. He grabbed the chain, pulling the iron ball up, ready to check for any remnants. Suddenly, the rhino's wounds quickly enveloped in black smoke. Moo! The next second, an unscathed Black Blood Rhino burst out from the hole, slamming heavily into Yu Hong. Thump! The enraged rhino kept hitting, and after emerging from the hole, it slammed Yu Hong against a mountainside. The echoed bangs vibrated. The rhino roared, pushing against the mountainside with more force. Debris scattered, lime drifting. A pair of large hands suddenly embraced the two sides of the rhino's head. Lift! The entire black blood rhino was entirely lifted up, its tail facing the sky. Despite its frenzied struggles and wildly flailing hooves, it couldn't escape the grip of the hands. Thunderbolt! Yu Hong, unharmed, walked out from the stone wall, hefting the rhino up with force and tossing it. With a swoosh, the black blood rhino the size of a small sedan was rolled up into the air 5 meters high. Type 5! As the rhino fell, not quite hitting the ground, a lightning-fast figure leaped high, intercepting and cleaving down in a battle axe style. Boom! Under the tremendous noise, the rhino's waist was almost broken, collapsing inward significantly. Its entire body then thunderously crashed down near the mountain wall, smashing into another deep, giant meteoric crater. As the dust settled, Yu Hong appeared at the edge of the crater in a flash, hands lifting the spiked iron ball, swinging it high over his head, spinning rapidly. The spinning speed of the iron ball became faster and more urgent. Eventually, it was almost just a blur. The shrill howling sound, accompanied by the adhesion of inner chi, grew even sharper. Moo! Just then, black smoke billowed out of the pit, and the rhino's angry roar sounded again. Almost simultaneously, a huge spiked iron ball crashed down, lightning fast, into the stone pit. Boom! Countless fragments of rock and soil splashed, bursting out from the force of the impact. The rhino in the pit went silent. It's over. Yu Hong looked at the detector. The red value began to decrease rapidly. A dragon lizard automatically came to his side, allowing him to pick up an atomic lamp and shine it below. Inside the pit, copious amounts of black smoke billowed up, and the rhino's body was already disappearing and evaporating. Only a black, bone-like relic was left behind. Yu Hong had the dragon lizard collect the relic and estimated his current strength. 3 bursts of inner chi in 10 seconds. Dealing with a level 7 blood-tied monster, I'm noticeably stronger than before. I didn't even use the burning state or the thunderbolt transformation. However, reflecting on the recent battle, Yu Hong felt there was a sense of power not being efficiently used. The meteor hammer is indeed only suitable for a finishing blow. For use at the end of a battle, using the Wolf Fang Club in the meantime feels more substantial, the power delivery smoother. He pondered, then suddenly thought of a method. I can actually use the meteor hammer as a melee weapon. The chain has its own weight limit, often needing accumulated force, slow and troublesome. But if I just grab the iron ball to smash, using the chain to retrieve the weapon, wouldn't that be much more convenient? With this thought, Yu Hong dragged the slightly deformed meteor hammer, shook his head slightly, and continued towards Huafeng City. About 10 more minutes passed. He paused his steps briefly and looked to the left. On the left side of the highway, a white car was parked on the side of the road. In the driver's seat sat a black-haired woman in a white dress. Seemingly noticing Yu Hong too, the black-haired woman in the white dress slightly moved. Hiss! A large number of black seaweed-like threads rapidly crawled out from under the car. The dense black threads quickly covered the highway, rushing towards Yu Hong. Boom! In an instant, a spiked iron ball whistled out, hitting right at the driver's seat of the white sedan. The car was instantly flattened, flew backward, and fell into a cliff beside the road, disappearing into the darkness. Along with those emerging black threads, they were also dragged far away, disappearing without a trace. Looks like it's quite convenient. Yu Hong, satisfied, retracted the iron ball and stood by the road, quietly watching the distance, waiting for dawn. According to his estimate, this was likely the closest highway to Huafeng City. Time slowly passed, and he continuously manipulated a pea-sized black droplet on his shoulder. Even while out testing, he hadn't forgotten to practice the condensing water technique using the properties of Tao breath circulation. Woo! Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind swept by. Yu Hong shivered slightly, even he felt a bit cold, so he quickly looked in the direction from which the wind came. On the highway, a dilapidated bus was shaking and driving along the battered road towards him. The bus's exterior was mainly green and white, with the words Yuanpeng Motors printed on the side. In the dark, illuminated by the faint green light of the atomic lamp, Yu Hong could only see the rough outline of the bus's exterior. Beyond that, he could see nothing. Among the wooing engine sounds, the bus gradually approached. Only then did Yu Hong see that both the driver's seat and side windows were pitch black, with no lights inside. The bus slowly drove past him, without stopping, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Yu Hong retracted his gaze and gradually dissipated the inner chi in his body. He had faintly sensed that the bus seemed similar to the black ship. The value on the red value detector had approached nearly 1,000,000 at that moment. But this strange existence seemed not to intentionally harm living beings. After retracting his gaze, he once again looked towards the direction of Huafeng City. A few more minutes passed. The sky finally began to brighten gradually. The black fog slowly lightened, turning into gray fog. The thin gray fog also revealed vague, distant scenery. Yu Hong, savoring this rare daylight, let his gaze fall upon the city still covered in black slime. Seeing that city, his expression changed slightly. In the middle of the towering black city, a black giant as tall as a skyscraper was half-kneeling, motionless. Numerous tentacle-like black slimes were constantly moving in and out of its back, seemingly hollowing out the insides of the giant. Damn! Even the black giant has fallen. Yu Hong's expression grew solemn, knowing that the black disaster of Huafeng City had definitely reached war level. He immediately turned and walked back the way he came. Being so close to a war-level black disaster, the sense of safety he had just felt plummeted again. Returning to the camp, Yu Hong focused his mind and fully committed himself to intense cultivation. Once the black mark had enhanced the radar, it immediately enhanced the array, tossing all the relics he had into the great array. He designated the direction to enhance the killing power of the array, which also involved something similar to an eyeball obtained from the small black giant. While he was intensely focused on enhancing his own abilities in various ways. Several days later, his control over the black water improved, and his condensing water technique successfully moved to the next level. At this time, a convoy from Aurora City once again arrived at the camp. Chapter 225, Source of Water. Inside the vehicle was Shu Cheng. He arrived by car with a young girl, around 18 or 19 years old. In the 30 degrees below zero weather, the two were wrapped up tightly, and through their goggles, one could see frost on their eyelashes. Once inside the secondary security zone of the camp, Shu Cheng immediately delivered important news to Yu Hong. What? He has already been separated from the investigation team too. Yu Hong had a black snake lying on his shoulder, and upon hearing Shu Cheng's relay, his expression instantly changed. The snake on his shoulder rapidly evaporated and disappeared. Yes, to be precise, Linny was attacked and went missing on her way back 2 weeks ago, Shu Cheng said seriously, squinting as he noticed the disappearing black snake. And Xian Jilei? Why hasn't she told me? Yu Hong suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Minister Xian probably worried that you would hence refuse to provide resources to the investigation team, so she intentionally concealed this matter. She asked me to reassure you as he has a tracker on her, and they can confirm she is still alive. Moreover, backup forces are about to locate her, Shu Cheng quickly stated. Additionally, in the merchandise being exchanged this time, there are details about this matter for you to review later. He lowered his head, a strange gleam flickering briefly in his eyes. The goods this time were specifically hidden with a considerable amount of remote-controlled bombs. As soon as the goods entered the camp, the entire camp could be blown to the sky in an instant. Heh. Yu Hong's face looked awful. His trust in Xian Jilei had dropped to zero. All her words lost meaning. Clearly, her purpose in hiding this from him was to continue exploiting the name of Yi to freeload his goods. Bring it here, he extended his hand. The exchanged goods are all in the vehicle. Please check them carefully. In addition, about the supplies previously given to Lin Yi, Minister Xian intends not to take them for free. She will compensate you double later. Please trust the Allied forces. Everything is for the future of humanity. Shu Cheng seemed to hint at something as he respectfully bowed, then left with the young girl. The young girl seemed to want to say something to Shu Chang, but she remained silent until they left. The vehicle, accompanied by the buzzing of its motor, left the camp and soon vanished in the black fog. Only several black shipping containers, similar to the ones before, were left on site. Yu Hong examined the containers and ordered the dragon lizards to open each one. He found nothing unusual, but recalling Shu Cheng's peculiar expression and warnings, he decided to place these containers outside the secondary security zone, farther from the camp, to observe the situation first. The dragon lizards, sticking out their tongues, pushed the containers to a remote area. Yu Hong practiced his skills in the inner courtyard while pondering Shu Cheng's peculiar behavior. Gray City and Aurora City seem to be experiencing issues. The water source problem is urgent. Shu Chang comes from Aurora City, and such an indication suggests something new has occurred at New Aurora City. My communicator can't reach. So, should I go there in person to see the situation? Gray City was surrounded by blind men, with only 2 fissures for entry and exit. New Aurora City was even more distant, and without a few days' time, he wouldn't expect to find it, including the calculation of Yu Hong's current speed. Yu Hong hesitated. Gray City and Aurora City were his only sources for obtaining drugs related to enhanced human surgery. If he wanted to pursue the path of bloodline transformation, he had to have a fundamental start. Relying on himself alone, unknowledgeable as he was, he didn't know how long it might take to enhance. But to rashly leave the camp, Black Wind Camp's array would automatically close, and although the dragon lizards could still move, the dragon lizard's nest would lose control and stop hatching. Summing it up, this trip would bring considerable loss and risk. After a moment of thought, Yu Hong decided to go to Gray City and clarify the situation with Yi. Moreover, the water source issue was a major problem. He had resolved it on his side, but Gray City might not manage. Having been in frequent contact with Old Zhang, he had become almost an acquaintance. In times when humanity was diminishing, he didn't want familiar faces around him to keep reducing. Thinking this, Yu Hong quickly began to pack his things. He still needed to take his enhanced suit, which had an important breathing valve and integrated detector crucial for effectively blocking some toxic substances from contacting his skin directly. His weapons would still be the enhanced pistol and meteor balls. Just like that, he left. At 4 in the afternoon, the sky was still pitch black. Yu Hong donned his enhanced suit and took out the Fisher map to Gray City. Taking 4 dragon lizards, he swiftly exited the camp and walked into the black fog outside. The black fog churned. This time, Yu Hong didn't bring an atomic lamp but a bright rechargeable flashlight. This was similar to the brightness of a miner's lamp, worn on his shoulder, could penetrate the black fog directly, projecting out more than 10 meters. Usually, he relied on the dragon lizard's black and white vision to determine danger, only using the high-brightness flashlight when needed. Following the map given earlier by Shu Chang the next day at past 6 in the evening, Yu Hong emerged from the continuous mountains and entered a vast plain. The undulating lush plain was sparsely covered with gray-white snow powder. Blood-tied black insects couldn't come close under the coverage of his inner chi. With a single step he could leap high, bursting a great distance forward. Puff, puff, puff. Yu Hong sped through the snow at a speed similar to a car hitting 100 yards, moving forward steadily. Inner chi wrapped around his legs, seemingly tireless. Continuing like this, run, pause, run. Before long, Yu Hong slowed down, landing on top of a protruding piece of withered yellow big rock, and took out the map to check his position. Without satellite maps to navigate, it's too difficult to determine direction under the black fog. He frowned deeply, sighing in his heart. In front and behind, to the left and right, all were walls of black fog, invisible. He roughly estimated a direction and accelerated forward. The highway was buried by the heavy snow, and there was no way to find a direction. We could only rely on our instincts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gray City. The sparse crowd slowly dispersed as the desperate individuals walked in groups out of the city gates toward the exploration of the black fog. Carrying the last of their cooling water, they went in search of the last hope. Zhang Kaijun and the last dozens of city security team's experts stood high on the city wall, quietly watching the scene, without stopping them. The city was dim, the nuclear generator had run out of energy, was completely burned out, causing the energy district to be fiercely hot, and the intense radioactive liquid made it impossible for living people to even get close. What still shone was mostly the previously charged lighting. The reason the communications had broken down was also because the whole city was out of power. You should all leave as well, the radiation leaks from here are getting bigger, and according to detection, avoiding the dissolving leach's distribution area about 30 miles from here, you could still barely manage to get some groundwater. Staying in the city now only means waiting for death, Zhang Kaijun calmly said. How far can we run by always fleeing? The deputy tiredly said. Humanity no longer has a way out. Continuing to hold on is just struggling on in agony. How do you know that the last moment won't bring hope if you don't hold on? Zhang Kaijun retorted. Then let it be for others, I'm too tired. The deputy sighed. Without luminous stone mines, even if we have many in storage, it will be death sooner or later. The difference is merely dying sooner or later, another person indifferently said. A black disaster above level 3 requires specially made weapons to temporarily defeat, and the evil shadow still needs accurate analysis of its working mechanisms. Otherwise, using weapons to bombard is just a waste. Such a world, the deputy said. Zhang Kaijun stopped talking and, instead, looked toward the logistics department building in the dim light. People came out of there consecutively. Among them was a pregnant Dr. Su. Seeing Dr. Su, he thought of the Black Wind camp. He had intended to send people over, but before communication was cut, they hadn't solved their water problem there. He figured sending people over would also lead to death. Better to save the effort than to suffer on the way. Silence fell for a while. Zhang Kaijun slowly spoke. Is the detonating device ready? Yes, we'll wait for the people who want to leave, and then together we will completely detonate all the stored luminous stones. Address the encirclement of those blinded people around us. Rather than letting the red value in the environment slowly degrade us, better to blow up everything. We might even kill some of the high-ranked black disasters around and push them into a recovery phase, earning a survival chance for those who escape, the deputy replied. Still unable to withstand the black disaster, Zhang Kaijun spoke somberly. Looking out at the dim land outside the city, a trace of sorrow flashed through his eyes. It's a pity, the research department just found a universal method for human enhancement. Wait another month, no, perhaps half a month, and we could produce a high-purity potion that strengthens the entire body without reducing life expectancy. People turned around one after another and descended from the top of the city wall, waiting for the final moment. As the last group of people walked out of the city gates, the gates slowly fell, completely isolating the inside from the outside. 10 minutes later, in the luminous stone storage warehouse, Zhang Kaijun, with the last 30-plus people who had stayed behind, all stood on the open area. Everyone watched. At the deep part of the warehouse, boxes of luminous stone fragments. Near these luminous stone fragments, large amounts of black explosives were placed. A thin fuse, connected to the explosives, trailed out several meters, resting at Zhang Kaijun's feet now. The black fog surged. It had already occupied most of the area outside the warehouse. Without lights, without power, although many places still resisted with sun-resistant material coatings, large blood-tide monsters quietly entered the city. Even though the lights had the effect of suppressing the blood-tide monsters. Because this is the luminous stone warehouse, the negative radiation concentration is extremely high, black disasters can't enter. It's temporarily safe. Gentlemen, Zhang Kaijun looked at the people present. Among those standing there were members of the security team, research department, and logistics department. The people who had been standing behind him just now had changed. Facing death, not everyone can be so calm. Instead of dying under the terror and lies of the black disaster, it's better to detonate everything, to end everything all at once. The speed of the explosion will allow us to only feel a moment of pain, then end everything. It's time to return to our original homeland, someone muttered softly. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps came from outside the warehouse. Accompanied by deep roars, the calls of the multi-eyed bird also got closer. With no defense on the city walls, The black disasters entered the fortress city unrestrained, searching for living humans as food. Old Zhang, open up. I'm Yu Hong. I've come to save you. Suddenly a voice came from outside. This time, I won't run again. Zhang Kaijun listened to the outside sounds, his expression calm, not paying attention, continuing to swipe the match in his hand. The bean-sized yellow flame, flickering in his hand with the wind, trembled. Chapter 226. Source of Water. Old Zhang, are you in there? I figured out a way to solve the water problem. Open the door. I walked around, and this place is the only one lit up. I knew you all were here. Yu Hong's voice rang out again. Zhang Kaijun ignored him, crouched down, and gently lit the fuse. Hiss! The gray-white fuse burned, emitting a faint sound. Thanks for a death without pain. A member of the Returning Home Association murmured softly. May everyone return to the homeland in their hearts. May everyone find their way home. Voices continued to rise. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a massive entity began to slam against the warehouse door. Everyone instinctively trembled, but their eyes remained fixated on the burning fuse. Boom! The door began to bulge and deform. Goodbye! Zhang Kaijun closed his eyes, the fatigue on his face seemingly eased at that moment. He seemed to let everything go, dropping all the burdens he had carried. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise. The huge iron door was smashed, twisted, and a large hole burst inward at the center. Through the hole, a massive black creature, like a toad, with a body 5 or 6 meters long, ferociously rushed into the hole, sweeping over everyone's heads, and landed right on the lit fuse. Puff! Dust flew into the air, and a wisp of smoke rose. The fuse went out. A wild wind raged, causing everyone's protective suits to shake violently. Everyone was startled, frozen for a moment. Click! Just as everyone regained their senses and were about to draw their guns to shoot, they found that the black toad's body was rapidly disintegrating, evaporating into black smoke. Old Zhang, I've been shouting outside for ages. Why didn't you respond? A burly black humanoid, dragging a massive iron ball a meter in diameter, stepped into the hole. That toad was actually him, smashed in forcefully. Zhang Kaijun lifted his head and shifted his gaze from the toad, looking toward Yu Hong, who entered. Is this a new type of humanoid disguise for the black disaster? Its strength is even above that of the elephant worm. He swiftly pulled out the pistol from his waist, turning and firing at the pile of explosives behind him. Whoosh! In a flash, a figure darted. His wrist holding the gun ached, and before he could pull the trigger, the barrel was gripped by a large hand and gently bent. Zhang Kaijun, have you lost your mind? Yu Hong gripped his wrist with one hand, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Being a part of the black disaster, your biggest giveaway is that Yu Hong and I have never met, so we couldn't possibly recognize each other at first sight. Zhang Kaijun's expression was cold, and his other hand fiercely pulled out a black grenade, biting toward the pin. Snap! The grenade was knocked away, bouncing against the warehouse wall and falling to the ground. I can't recognize him, but there's a tag on your chest. Yu Hong pointed at the name tag hanging over his heart. Zhang Kaijun's body stiffened, and he slowly lowered his head. Indeed, he saw a white tag on his chest labeled Gray City Military Commander Zhang Kaijun. Get it now. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. Sorry. What are you here for? Zhang Kaijun masked his embarrassment with coldness. But soon he got over it. He was ready to die anyway. What embarrassment was there to fear? The embarrassment on his face vanished instantly. And that exaggerated strength. What was up with this guy? I came to see what help I could provide. Also, can you get me some enhancement serum for enhanced humans? The kind that makes you stronger and causes genetic mutations after you take it.
Yu Hong de Teled.
You've been watching too many movies, haven't you? Zhang Kaijun was speechless. Commander, are we still going through with the suicide? The adjutant, not far away, couldn't help but speak. The warehouse door is broken, and something has come inside. We must detonate it soon. He pointed at the doorway where a huge, hairless gray-white bird was slowly squeezing in its head. Don't keep talking about dying. Let's make a trade. I have a way to solve the water issue. You help me with the enhancement serum. How about it? Yu Hong released Zhang Kaijun. If you truly are Yu Hong, perhaps you do have a way to deal with the black disaster outside. But the real problem isn't them, it's the water. Zhang Kaijun said. You don't believe me? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. He looked around, seeing the numb expressions of the others. Clearly, no one believed he could solve the water issue. Even Aurora City was struggling, let alone Black Wind Camp, a small outpost. It's not that I don't believe you, but it's just not possible. The danger level of the dissolving leeches is too high. It's not something that can be resolved with ordinary methods. A white-haired old man from the science department calmly stated. My son, my grandson, they both died by its hand. I've got nothing left to lose. I went all in to research it deeply but still couldn't find any solution. Outside there are approximately 3 multi-eyed birds, 2 elephant worms, and several unknown evil shadows, which seem to be the vibrations of the insect man. Even if the water source is solved, there's no one left in the city. We won't last much longer. The adjutant said coldly. There's no hope left. Maybe your enhancement magnitude far exceeds others. But it's not just a matter of fighting to solve these issues. Someone shouted loudly. Yu Hong. This guy is still the same as before. Dr. Su calmly held her stomach, leaning against the wall, murmuring softly. She quietly watched everything. Recalling that time when Yi was with him, starting to build a safe house outside, he was the same back then, saying things others couldn't understand. Standing at the edge of the explosives, Yu Hong scanned the people present. Among the 30 or so people there, most had cold, numb eyes, having long lost hope. In their eyes, apart from numbness, the most prevalent was exhaustion. Sorry. Yu Hong's face became solemn. Maybe the method I am using is somewhat different from what you imagine, but, Mr. Yu, thank you for risking your life to come into the city and rescue us at this time. But, the elderly scientist from the research department took off his glasses and gently wiped them with his clothing. It's meaningless. Without water, a normal adult can't survive for more than 5 days. I understand. That's exactly why. Yu Hong began. You should leave. There's no hope here anymore. Quickly. Zhang Kaijun suddenly changed his expression and drew a gun, which was already off safety. There's no need for this. Yu Hong stretched out his hand, palm facing upwards, ready to condense the moisture in the air to show him. Arg! Suddenly, the large warehouse door was violently smashed open by a giant multi-eyed bird. The sharp beak of the multi-eyed bird, like a drill, fiercely penetrated the door, completely tearing the already damaged warehouse door into several pieces, scattering them on the ground. Arg! The giant multi-eyed bird flapped its wings again, and its legs powered a furious dash to the nearest man, who was 2 meters tall. Bang! A heavy gunshot sounded. The giant multi-eyed bird's entire body was blown apart instantaneously, from head to tail. Nice shooting! Yu Hong couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. Merely enhancing physical combat, it was already impressive if one could handle a second-level black disaster alone. But with the specialized luminous stone thermal weapons, a shot to a vital spot could take down a 4th-level multi-eyed bird in one go. All right, everyone look at me. He raised his hand, and a large number of water droplets had already begun to condense in his palm. I can. Boom! In a flash, the left wall of the warehouse burst open from a huge dark figure that charged out and fiercely slammed into Yu Hong, who was raising his hand. Bang! Unprepared, Yu Hong was sent flying, smashing through the wall and disappearing into the black fog. Roar! The dark figure stood 6 meters high, 12 meters long, nearly filling the warehouse, shaped like a pitch-black leopard. On its head were a pair of silver horns resembling those of a goat, with dark red flames burning in its eyes. Level 8 Black Disaster. Black Sheep Leopard King. Fire! Zhang Kaijun looked up and calmly watched the towering giant leopard. Among those present, those who had guns began shifting their aim, targeting the explosives. Everyone's hands were trembling. Zhang Kaijun walked step by step towards the Leopard King. He gently brought his hands together in front of him. May each of us be able to return to our desired homeland. Roar! The Leopard King stood upright and slammed its massive body ferociously down onto Zhang Kaijun. Aya! A loud booming sound accompanied by a terrifyingly angry roar. Boom! The wall behind the Leopard King burst apart. A figure surrounded by flames charged into the warehouse, striking fiercely at the Leopard King's head from the left. Bang! The terrifying force of thousands of tons instantly kicked in the Leopard King's black head, caving it in. The enormous body of the Leopard King was kicked upward, floating off the ground. Thunderbolt Final Form. Yu Hong hung suspended in the air, suddenly turning around, his right leg whipping down like a cleaver. Descending slash. Boom! He and the Leopard King together plummeted meteor-like, crashing into the warehouse floor, knocking several slower individuals flying. But even those who were sent flying scrambled to their feet, eyes peering through their helmets in disbelief at the scene before them. I'm dreaming, right? The deputy fiercely pinched his own thigh, eyes dry and stinging from being kept wide open, yet he dared not close them. An enhanced human had just kicked an 8th-level blood-tied Black Disaster into defeat? Flipped it over? My God! My heavens! That's got to be fake, right? The people there almost couldn't believe their eyes. Humans could defeat Black Disasters of even war level, but that was with weapons. Yet relying purely on physical combat, no one could withstand beyond a 3rd level. An 8th-level Black Disaster meant it feared almost no thermal weapons, killing enhanced humans and ordinary humans with no distinction. A tank was like paper in front of it, small explosives like mere firecrackers. Without several times supersonic heavy artillery or large quantities of buried explosives, it was almost impossible to kill such a Black Disaster. But now, hurry up and detonate the explosives. If we don't act soon, we won't. Zhang Kaijun suddenly shouted harshly. Bang! Unfortunately, before he could finish, a figure flashed next to him, a punch landing right on his jaw. Shut up! Yu Hong fiercely punched Zhang Kaijun, sending him floating into the air, then grabbed him by the hair. Will you all damn let me finish my sentence? Ah! I said water. I can solve it. Everyone just damn stop moving. Chapter 227. Trouble. Yu Hong's body was ablaze with white inner chi flames, his hair shooting upward like spikes. Amplified by inner chi, his voice boomed like thunder, causing the entire warehouse to vibrate with humming resonance. Everyone present felt their eardrums buzzing, completely subdued by him in that moment. The strength of one man had actually managed to overpower a war-level Black Disaster, rendering it unable to retaliate. What kind of new weapon was this? Seeing this, Yu Hong finally relaxed and spoke again. Roar! Suddenly, the Leopard King behind him rose up and roared in fury, swinging a paw at him. Shut up! Yu Hong released old Zhang, spun around, and sprinted, delivering a direct kick to the Leopard King's abdomen. Boom! The tremendous explosive force instantly caved in the massive belly of the Leopard King, bursting open a large hole in its back. Its enormous body, like a giant skin ball, zipped diagonally through a hole in the rear wall and disappeared into the black fog. The noise quickly died down. The warehouse returned to silence. Everyone stared blankly at Yu Hong, watching the unreal, special effect-like white flames of inner chi on his body. The language person was right. This damn thing is really just a fake game. Suddenly, someone laughed loudly, lifted a gun, and shot at the dynamite. Bang! A large piece of stone fell from the wall, smashed forward by Yu Hong, accurately blocking the bullet in front of it, sparks scattering off the surface of the stone. Yu Hong's figure flashed, He grabbed the person's gun barrel and snapped it, then slapped the man, knocking him unconscious. "Old Zhang, are you awake now?" Afterwards, he dispersed the flames on his body and walked up to Zhang Kaijun. With half of his face swollen like a bun, Zhang Kaijun remained silent, but beneath his goggles, his eyes still held an indescribable shock. "I can get pure water sources, enough for everyone present here to drink. So don't give up, there's still hope," Yu Hong said earnestly, looking down. He extended his hand, and in his palm, a clear water ball quietly floated and spun. Seeing this incredibly fantastical sight, Zhang Kaijun's pupils constricted once more, and he was completely still. "Free!" Suddenly, he spoke. "Get real!" Yu Hong lifted the water ball for others to see, scoffed coldly a few times. "It's a trade. No free meals for anyone." Seeing the water in his hand, everyone's eyes filled with disbelief. Some people came closer, trying to discern if it was real, but given Yu Hong's exaggerated violence, they didn't dare to continue. Most people's minds were muddled. After all, in this scientific era, suddenly encountering someone completely unscientific. Inner chi, flames, and even controlling water. This man named Yu Hong, from the beginning, seemed to be entirely different from everyone else. Yet, this different style also rekindled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the once despairing elites present. "If there's water, maybe we can still hold on?" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the cave, Lin Yi gently set down the nurse's cold wrist, silent. Under the dim green light of the atomic lamp, the nurse's pale face remained serene and tired as if she were still unconscious.
I'm sorry.
After a while, she softly uttered 2 words. "It's been 5 days, she passed away quite cleanly, sparing her further suffering." The foreign man nearby said calmly. Over 5 days, Lin Yi and he had together visited a hunter's cabin near where the Black Disaster roamed, successfully using a diversion to get some supplies. Unfortunately, as the temperature dropped, by the time they returned from their final supply trip, the nurse had long lost her breath. "Martin, who exactly are you?" Lin Yi had been working with him to secure supplies for the past few days and had learned his name. She was gradually able to discern that he wasn't a bad person. After all, a bad person wouldn't risk leading the Black Disaster away for no reason. "Me? A confused person who doesn't know what he can do," Martin said indifferently, the nurse's death seemingly common in his eyes. "But you're interesting." His gaze rested on Lin Yi. "Your body bears traces of a late-stage human fusion with Black Disaster, meaning you have both the traits of a mutated person and aspects of the Black Disaster. This is similar to what the Eternal Life Association initially wanted. Retaining human intellect and desires, while acquiring partial immortality from the Black Disaster and being unattackable by lower-level Black Disasters." "I don't understand." Lin Yi frowned. "Not understanding is correct. Most people in this world don't understand." Martin smiled. "Like me, my family, and I have always guarded a big secret about why this world has fallen to this state. It's a secret about certain people, certain powers, who, for their impossible wishes, have committed unimaginably cruel evil deeds. Do you want to know?" "Yes." Lin Yi had a vague guess, and her expression grew serious. "You're a good girl, though a bit slow-witted, Martin paused, suddenly frowning. "Wait, something's coming in. Let's deal with it first." His expression turned grave, and he stood up, looking towards the cave entrance. Lin Yi also stood up, looking outside. Under the flashlight beam, at the cave entrance, a figure cloaked in a black cape stood motionless. Behind the figure, the cold whistling wind blew, and snowflakes fluttered down. But below his feet, groups of black shadows moved like living things, continuously flowing and shifting.
Parasitisch Mann.
Rated as war level. Martin's expression became serious. "Be careful." He stepped forward, emerging into the open. Suddenly his eyes widened, and around his eyes numerous thin, Dark red tendrils like hair burst forth. The tendrils kept growing from around his eyes, quickly covering his entire face. Hiss! He opened his mouth, and his tongue too was like a set of dark red tendrils, similar to a snake's. Swish! In an instant Martin lunged, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to Lin Yi, toward the cloaked parasitic man. Boom! A large cloud of black smoke enveloped the cave entrance, obscuring all vision for a time. After several minutes, the black fog cleared, and the cloaked figure quietly retreated away from the cave entrance and disappeared into the black fog. Martin stood still on the spot, gasping for breath, with a huge bloody hole suddenly appearing in his chest where his heart should have been. Yet he didn't seem to care. Turning around, Martin looked at Yi with his dark red eyes full of brutality and bloodlust, the hole in his chest rapidly healing itself. Despite the fatal injury, his gaze remained fixed on Yi's eyes, unchanged. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom! In an instant, Martin took a step forward and charged like an arrow toward Lin Yi. With one swipe, his right hand ferociously clawed towards Yi's head. His sharp fingernails, each one like a bayonet and over 10 centimeters long, were straight and sharp. Crack! Wait! Lin Yi, terrified, tried to resist, but she was too slow. By the time she managed to react, her hair and the protective suit on her back were already caught by his claws. In an instant, a tremendous force yanked her from the ground. Whoosh! She felt the world spinning around her, and she was tossed out of the cave like a ball by a tremendous force. Just as she flew out of the cave, in the dark night sky, a series of orange fire lines streaked downwards, densely entering the interior of the cave. Boom! A massive explosion sounded, accompanied by ballooning fireballs that erupted in the cave at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. The fire lines continued to descend. 10 streaks, 20 streaks, 30 streaks, until the bombardment continued for dozens of seconds. The cave was completely turned into ruins, charred black. The bombing then ceased. Where the cave had been, along with the mountainside and the ground, was now a huge crater. The high temperature had reddened the rocks, and dark red magma was faintly visible at the bottom of the crater, with thick smoke billowing. Lin Yi, in severe pain all over, crawled up and stared blankly at the scene before her. She had just thought Martin couldn't control himself and wanted to attack her. But, Martin! She lowered her head and saw something on the ground in front of her that had been thrown out with her. She walked forward and picked it up. It was a black rectangular USB drive, as long as an adult's index finger. Attached to it was a red cord made of braided hawthorn branches. Yi remembered, this was also something Martin had stuffed to her and thrown out with her. Why? Lin Yi murmured softly as she looked at the still smoking crater. She now realized that when Martin grabbed her and threw her out, he was actually trying to protect her from the incoming barrage of rockets. Just then, from the depths of the black fog, a faint sound of engines approached. There were people. Someone was coming near. Instinctively, Yi stuffed the USB drive into her pocket and turned toward the direction of the sounds. Yi? Is that really you? From afar, a searchlight shone on her. It was Xuanningning's voice. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Gray City. Trucks loaded with boxes drove out of the city gate and into the black fog. In the thick fog where visibility was almost zero, the headlights were like 2 orange arrows piercing the mist, illuminating an area more than 10 meters ahead. In the leading vehicle, Zhang Kaijun and Yu Hong sat side by side. Zhang was driving, Yu Hong in the passenger seat. Are you sure you don't want to come to my place? Given our acquaintance, I could offer you a reserve member status, Yu Hong asked. No thanks. Your area is surrounded by high-risk black disasters. According to satellite cloud imaging, it's one of the 2 areas with the highest red value concentration nearby. Right next to it is a war-level black disaster. Dying there is even quicker. Zhang Kaijun replied coldly with his usual biting tone. What do you mean dying quicker? Haven't I managed just fine on my own until now?
Yuong Arged.
1 grain of rice and a bowl of rice. The level of attraction to a starving person is different, Zhang Kaijun stated. Yu Hong was at a loss, knowing the other was right. So, what's your plan? Close to your location, find an area with a lower concentration of red value radiation. This way, I can easily transport water from your place while avoiding potential high-risk black disasters, Zhang Kaijun said coolly. Speaking of which, with your place being so dangerous, why haven't you moved earlier?
I'm
Waiting for an opportunity? Yu Hong squeezed out an excuse. Got reasons you can't talk about? Pretty much. Then a piece of advice, try to limit the number of people. Once the count exceeds 10, the attraction to the black disasters will skyrocket. 10 people, huh? Okay. ZZZT. Suddenly, up ahead in the street, a group of ragged barrier people appeared out of nowhere. They looked wan and worn, covered in bloodstains. Their eyes filled with panic, as if they had just escaped from a place of extreme horror. Survivors. Zhang Kaijun pulled out his gun, checked the luminous stone bullets inside, and shut off the alarm-triggering enhanced detector. Level 5 black disaster evil shadows often appear on the roads, disguised as survivors to block passing vehicles. Their mode of attack is possession. Once they come within 3 meters, passengers and drivers in the vehicle will be possessed, lose consciousness, and become puppets, creating vehicular accidents. Chapter 228, Trouble. The response method is divided into 3 steps. The first step is to use the Whirlwind Talisman Array to break and release a negative value radiation pulse as soon as one enters within a 3-meter distance. The second step is to take the luminous stone blanket. Zhang Kaijun's words were cut off. Click. The car door opened. Yu Hong jumped down from the passenger seat and strode towards the survivors. Whoosh! A towering white flame ignited on his body. Intense airflow and negative radiation pulsed from him as the center, rapidly expanding in all directions, circle after circle. Ah! The survivors screamed like innocent people encountering a thug as they saw Yu Hong approaching. They retreated in panic, their screams resembling those of rubber chickens. In just a few steps, they were jostling against each other, stumbling and dispersing into the black fog, quickly disappearing from sight. Yu Hong retracted his inner chi and turned back to the car, closing the door. Let's go. Heh! It's the end of the world, and they still dare to swindle. He chuckled coldly, grabbed a stick of nutrition paste, and bit into it. Zhang Kaijun silently watched the whole process of Yu Hong driving away the black disaster. Now I understand why you can live so well by yourself in dangerous areas, he said somberly. Good that you know, Yu Hong nodded. That power called inner chi, can it really not be passed on to others for use? Zhang Kaijun asked again. Want to try? Yu Hong reached out a finger, touching it to the back of Zhang Kaijun's hand. Hiss! A strand of inner chi, as fine as a hair, flowed from his fingertip into the skin on the back of his hand. Instantly, a hideous red blood mark appeared swiftly on the back of Zhang Kaijun's hand. It was as if the subcutaneous tissue was bleeding inexplicably, creating a new wound. Pop! The blood mark then burst open, spraying out a small stream of blood and splattering the steering wheel and dashboard with droplets of blood. Zhang Kaijun maintained a calm expression, quickly opened the car drawer, and took out medicine, gauze, bandages, skillfully bandaging and stemming the bleeding in under 10 seconds. It seems that it won't work, he said with regret. It's probably not compatible. According to my experience and understanding, every person's essence chi and physique are unique, so the inner chi cultivated by each person is also bound to be unique. The moment someone else's inner chi enters another's body, it causes a rejection reaction, similar to organ transplantation, Yu Hong explained. The convoy started up and continued forward. A very clear explanation, although rejection isn't quite like that. Zhang Kaijun nodded. Then, is it possible to analyze the commonalities among them and then cultivate a seed for each person to cultivate inner chi? What do you mean? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. The emergence of inner chi must have had an initial stimulus, an initial starting environment. If we reproduce this environment, this stimulus, could we reproduce inner chi? Zhang Kaijun answered. Sorry, I can't do that. Yu Hong shook his head. The cultivation of inner chi started with transformation through the black mark. Only then was it successful. And the black mark could not be exposed or moved, let alone lent to others. He had experimented before. Others couldn't even see the patterns of the black mark, let alone touch it. Is that so? Not enough sacrifice? Zhang Kaijun asked. It's not about sacrifice, but about the impossibility, Yu Hong corrected. The two fell into silence again. The convoy also accelerated continuously along the highway. Whenever they encountered black disaster blocking the road, Yu Hong would get out of the car and take a stroll. To the black disasters large and small, currently below level 6 in Yu Hong's presence, they were merely a slap away. The journey went from morning to afternoon. At last, the convoy drove into a city district called Qingrong County and moved into a backup base that Zhang Kaijun had prepared in advance. Once everything was organized and settled down, talisman arrays densely covered and formed the pyroxene secret room. The defensive lines were also set up layer by layer. A few members of the research department, under the lead of old Su Yingsheng, clung to Yu Hong's hand and did not want to let go. Having witnessed the exaggerated effects of inner chi on the way, their desire for inner chi and their urge to research it had reached a peak. Unfortunately, Yu Hong couldn't possibly stay here to cooperate with their research. His own camp would be very dangerous without the protection of the array after being away for too long. A few dragon lizards alone definitely couldn't hold up. Therefore, he and Zhang Kaijun made an agreement, asking them to research drugs that could enhance and transform humans. In exchange, he would periodically provide them with enough clean drinking water for their use. Before leaving, Yu Hong used the condensing water technique to gather nearly 2 tons of water, filling the base's water storage tank completely, before leaving on his own. For him, condensing water was just a matter of spending some inner chi and time. As long as he maintained a balance where consumption equaled replenishment, he could condense about 10 kilograms of water in a minute. 2 tons, or 2,000 kilograms, meant the problem could be solved in about 200 minutes. Used sparingly, this water would last them quite a long time. 8 o'clock in the evening. Yu Hong was escorted to the exit of the underground base by Zhang Kaijun and others. The base was located under the underground parking lot of an office building, with the exit being the garage entrance and exit of the parking lot. This is far enough, everyone go back. Yu Hong, carrying a box of enhancement drugs given by the research department to boost the human physique, turned back and waved to the group seeing him off. Remember the enhancement drugs for human transformation I want. Make sure to get them for me next time. Mister, can't you really take us with you? 2 beautiful women in the crowd couldn't help but ask again. Heh, next time for sure. Yu Hong chuckled, waved his hand, and turned to leave. The 2 women wanted to follow, but were stopped by an older woman nearby. Although Black Wind Camp was located in an extremely dangerous area, the presence of Yu Hong, who possessed inner chi, still made it quite attractive. Of course, when the 2 women communicated, they meant they wanted to become official members as soon as they entered. The cost was helping the other party with chores and various needs, but alas, at the garage exit, Zhang Kaijun and old Su from the research department watched as the green beam from Yu Hong's atomic lamp gradually disappeared as he left. He's really a miraculous person. Old Su couldn't help but sigh. Compared to all the strange and bizarre abilities from the Black Disaster, it's nothing, Zhang Kaijun said. But have you ever seen anyone like him? Or even someone with similar enhanced abilities? Old Su asked. Indeed, I haven't. Zhang Kaijun shook his head. The abilities of enhanced humans were varied and many, but they generally revolved around strength, protection, speed, and disease resistance, among other physical aspects. Like Yu Hong, they had not seen even one. Why not apply to join his side? Old Su asked. This is the most suitable arrangement for us now. Zhang Kaijun slightly shook his head. He can withstand harsh enough environments, we cannot. While ensuring our own safety, we can still enjoy some of the resources he can provide. This is our best option. Asterisk. 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 Aurora City. In the pristine white corridor of the hospital. Exine Gillet lowered her hand from the glass wall, retracting her gaze from inside the hospital room. "Have you found the person?" she asked softly. Her subordinate smiled. "It's been taken care of." The second remnant of the Misha family was completely obliterated through close-range saturation bombing by the tracker. However, what? Exine Gillet frowned slightly. However, Lin Yi, who was with him, didn't die. We couldn't act when we saw her during the follow-up cleanup of the scene, especially since there were people from the military committees in the team, the subordinate said in a low voice. That girl has been with the Misha family for so long. She might have already learned some truth about the matter, Exine Gillet said. She rotated her wrist. Where is she now? On her way back. Once she enters the city, we'll deal with her together. How are the preparations within the city? When we make our move, don't let that Yang surname escape. Absolutely not. He's tied up with the repairs of the water reservoir. Do you think that the list on the USB might be in Sean's hands?
Xin Yi sai.
Hard to say. No one expected the Misha family to have held back a move. Once that list gets out, the commotion it would cause would be too great. The subordinate answered in a strange and indolent tone. Since Frerica wasn't found, it could only be in our region, and only 2 Mishas have entered this area. So there's a 50-50 chance. Too bad. It would have been better if it could have been destroyed by the bombing, Exine Gillet said, looking somewhat weary. Lists can be copied, ma'am. Also, with the rescuing team, with many mouths comes chatter, our people are in the minority. In case Lin Yi says something she shouldn't, and it's overheard by others, the subordinate reminded. Fine, that's enough. Once Lin Yi returns to Aurora City, control everyone immediately. Don't worry about the committee members for now. Use black disaster contamination as a reason to swiftly isolate and deal with everyone except for our own. I'll come up with an excuse for the committee afterward. Understood. Asterisk. 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 Yu Hong returned to the camp first with a box of medicinal liquid. Outside, the temperature kept dropping, and the medicinal liquid froze, forming dark brown ice pillars in the box. He had run wildly towards Aurora City, taking 3 days, only to end up losing his direction and nearly getting lost, which forced him to return the way he had come back to the camp. Unable to get a message from Yi and unable to find a route to Aurora City, Yu Hong could only ask Old Zhang to set up the equipment and then provide satellite cloud map support. After returning, he replenished the camp with some cooling water and set down the medicinal liquid. Then Yu Hong headed out to the yard, looking at the pitch-black fog outside. After this round of enhancement, I must enhance an item that can guide direction, like that previous map. He held a ball of black water in his right hand the size of a fist, churning and twisting continuously, forming the character for black one moment and water the next. Having chosen the second liquid, I've almost got the hang of controlling the black water. Next, it's time for contact and adaptation of the 2 liquids to the body. The 4th layer involved choosing the second liquid, and the following 5th and 6th layers mainly involved integrating the liquid into oneself, producing enhancements beneficial to the body. Of course, it wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time. Yu Hong wasn't in a hurry. The main purpose of practicing the condensing water technique was to resolve the water problem. Now that it was temporarily solved, there was no rush. Let's take a look at the enhancement drugs now. He reached out, opened the box, and took out a vial of medicine that was said to slightly increase muscle strength and activity. According to Old Su, if an ordinary person drank the medicine every day for a year, their physical strength should increase by 20 to 30%. However, it was only limited to the first year, and drinking it any further would be futile. Other medicinal liquids had similar effects. They were all based on samples from Enhanced Humans research materials and were the resulting concoctions. Enhancement drugs, direction.
Yuong Pondé.
He skipped giving a direction and simply let the black mark enhance on its own. Auto-enhancement generally meant improving one grade on the existing basis, like upgrading a water cup to a filtering water cup. That was without adding any other synthetic substances. If other things were added, the results of enhancement would be significantly influenced. Should we enhance the transformation drugs? Black Mark inquired. Hold on. Yu Hong suddenly paused, as if he had thought of something and chose to postpone. He relaxed his grip and then clenched again. Enhancement drugs, direction. Similar to Superman-like strength. Chapter 229, Trouble 3. With anticipation, Yu Hong immediately heard the feedback. Insufficient basic information. Then he didn't care, and began throwing all sorts of formidable names he could think of into the mix to try. He went through all sorts of divine beings one by one. It wasn't that he was fooling around. He was using the Black Mark to verify whether these beings from the legends truly existed in reality. If the Black Mark suddenly offered an enhancement, it would mean that maybe one of these so-called divine beings and legends might actually have existed. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed. Finally, there was a direction that was no longer insufficient in basic information. Enhancing potion, direction. The complete power of the body of the West Sea Dragon King. Yu Hong's mouth hung open slightly, not expecting his random fiddling to actually churn out something strange. Could the West Sea Dragon King really exist? Before long, a countdown from the Black Mark emerged. On the potion vial, clear red numbers were printed. 128 years. July 25th, 9:54 a.m. What was there to see now? Yu Hong was completely speechless, but at least had gained something. It was confirmed that the Sea Dragon King might actually exist. But oddly enough, when he then tried the East Sea Dragon King and the other two Sea Dragon Kings, he couldn't succeed. He guessed that it might be due to the limitations of the components of the potion itself. After experimenting for a while, he attempted to enhance the map of the new Aurora City. Regrettably, Aurora City had always been reached via direct aerial routes to Gray City, and the communication aspect was not helped by the map. After messing around for quite some time, the Black Mark kept giving the feedback of insufficient basic information. In the end, it was old Zhang's side, being closer, who re-established communication and had someone send over a detailed hand-drawn map. It recorded the address of the second new Aurora City. There were a total of 3 new Aurora cities. The one Exile was in was number 2, known for being the safest as its surroundings had very few black disasters. It was nestled in a closed canyon, with no ground communication routes to the outside world. After a simple 10 minutes of enhancing the maps, Yu Hong finally obtained the address of the second new Aurora City. Then he didn't let the Black Mark idle, and immediately chose an enhancing physique potion, without fine-tuning the direction, only specifying the requirement for a guarantee of a successful intake rate under extreme enhancement. The directionless extreme enhancement began a countdown after absorbing all his inner chi and physical strength. 12 days. 7:09 a.m. But Yu Hong plopped onto the white snow, his massive weight creating a pit in the powder. He exhaled. Let's just keep enhancing like this and handle other matters. The complete exhaustion of inner chi and physical strength in such a short time was almost too much to bear, even for him now. Fortunately, the properties of the Tao breath circulation warmed his body, as inner chi automatically circulated, absorbing energy particles from the surrounding vacuum and continuously converting them into new inner chi. Huff, puff. After resting in the snow for about 10 minutes, Yu Hong got up, his complexion looking much healthier as he regained some color. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky, where snowflakes were fluttering down, and the black fog seemed to thin a bit with the falling snow, increasing the visibility. This time, something seems off with Yi's end. Exile meddling could be explained away with greed, but problematic cargo is another story. If it were just ordinary concealment, Exile wouldn't have gone so far as to try to harm me. He had a premonition that this trip would probably not be as peaceful as he imagined. Things are less clear from a distance. It seems I can only wait to find people to talk to. Returning to the cave, he quickly packed up his supplies, took his weapons and equipment, short-distance communicators, and made sure all the electronics were fully charged. Yu Hong also took 2 dragon lizards with him as ears and eyes for the night. The remaining dozen or so dragon lizards were still left near the camp, patrolling and eliminating revived shadows and lower-level black disasters. Before long, during the night, after leaving orders to guard the camp and not allow anyone to enter, Yu Hong took the 2 dragon lizards and left the camp again, rushing in the direction of the second New Aurora City according to the map. The second New Aurora City was further than Gray City, located deep in the 100 Lines Mountains thousands of kilometers away. With my speed, even if I rushed at full speed without stops, it would take at least 2 days, not to mention the potential of getting lost on the way or encountering black disasters, among other situations. In the darkness, Yu Hong ran while holding the map to estimate the time. It's impossible to go in a straight line on the ground. Once encountering high-risk black disasters, level 9 or even war level, that would be a big problem. So the exact arrival time would only be clear after running the route. Quickly leaving the woods, he reached the road surface. Yu Hong turned on the atomic lamp to illuminate the path ahead and sped along the road, kicking the snow on the ground fiercely with his feet as he ran. Although he had just kicked it away, behind him the snowflakes slowly began to fill back the tracks. These tracks, at least, could last for some time, and more of them would make his return journey easier. The Dao breath circulation continued to work according to the condensing water technique, constantly practicing controlling a sesame-sized black water. He stretched this bit of black water long and thin, to the point of being invisible to the naked eye, swirling around his body. This was Yu Hong's method of practicing refined control. As he groped his way through the dark, his condensing water technique, continuously rotating with the flow of Dao breath, became more profound and adept as he advanced toward the 5th layer. Tens of kilometers away from the second Aurora City, within a small military flight base, the rescue team lined up beside the runway, waiting for the large silent flying vehicle that was about to glide over. The gray-black silent flyer with 4 circular rotor blades, much like an oversized drone, glistened with a metallic sheen under the illumination of the red atomic lamps. Whoosh! Landing soundlessly, the vehicle lit up an orange searchlight from its underside, illuminating the people waiting to board. "Let's go, our ride is here. Whatever issues we have can wait until we get back to the city," the commander said calmly, leading the way towards the open cabin. Lin Yi followed with a few team members, and then came Xuanning and NN. Wait a second. Why was the advanced communication skipped this time? Without enough review procedures, what if language persons or malicious codes find a way in? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the line stopped and asked the question with solemnity. His halt caused an instant pause with a group of people stopping along with him. And why have we switched to this smaller capacity model when there were enough of us for a large drone on the way over? There was a hint of caution in the eyes beneath the middle-aged man's face mask. This is because there has been a temporary turmoil in the city lately over water sources, and no one is willing to respond. The appearance of the dissolving leeches has also caused a water source problem for the military, but luckily someone promptly proposed a countermeasure. The commander carefully explained from ahead. "What countermeasure?" the middle-aged man asked. "By using specially manufactured materials to make a filtration coating and constructing a huge cylinder underground that has filtration capabilities, then placing the water pump inside the cylinder," the commander replied. "The plan's implementation was successful, but it has consumed a significant amount of sunlight material and luminous stone marrow, depleting most of our reserves. There are also flaws in this plan, right?" Xuanning couldn't help but interject. "Of course, the drawback is that pumping water is very slow. We have to wait for the cylinder to filter the water before it can be pumped up. So now the city mainly relies on the backup reservoirs," the commander said with a smile. "I see." Xuanning nodded, her expression showing enlightenment. She moved forward to grasp Yi's hand, intending to speak. All of a sudden, she bent over, clutching her stomach, and let out a pained groan. "I can't stand it. My stomach hurts all of a sudden. Yi, help me. Take me to the restroom. Can you?" Lin Yi, not understanding the situation and a bit concerned by her rather poor performance, still naively nodded in response to the request. "Okay. I need to use the restroom too," NN quickly said from behind. "Wait." The commander's expression suddenly darkened. his hand swiftly moving towards the gun at his waist. Now! Out of nowhere, Schweningning shouted loudly and rushed forward, swinging a fierce kick at the back of the commander's hand. Anin and two other prepared teammates also took action, clashing and scuffling on the ground. Before the remaining team members could react, the four near the plane immediately started fighting in a melee. Thankfully, there were some clear-headed individuals in the team who, after hesitating for a few seconds, also moved towards the commander to intervene. But then, 3 armed soldiers rushed out from inside the airplane, raising their guns and opening fire on everyone. On reflex, the group immediately returned fire.
Bang 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 bang.
The scene was utter chaos. Schweningning, who had once been a captain of an elite squad, quickly subdued the commander, grabbing E and Anin and running. The 3 swiftly vanished into the black fog and disappeared. Most of the rescue team, realizing something was wrong, blocked the soldiers emerging from the plane, covering for the escape of the 3.
Li Han.
Fall back. Something's off about these people. One of the deputy commanders suddenly shouted. He noticed the abnormal physical prowess of the strange people rushing out from the plane and loudly called for his companions to retreat. Unfazed by bullets, the creatures closed the distance rapidly and with a single pounce, used their hands to fatally pierce a man. In just a few seconds, 5 team members lay dead on the ground, their foreheads brutally penetrated by bare hands. Boom! A deputy commander timely threw 2 grenades, intercepting 2 leaping figures in midair. The exploding flames swept the area, creating a shockwave that knocked everyone to the ground. The gunfire and explosions caught the attention of the multi-eyed birds in the distant night sky. Aru! The dense cries of the multi-eyed birds rapidly approached. What in hell's name are these monsters? We need to retreat quickly. The 2 deputy commanders, with the majority of the rescue team, used their firepower to suppress the assailants emerging from the plane. Unable to kill their opponents, they were forced to retreat while fighting, quickly reaching the vehicles outside the airport. The vehicles started and quickly left the airport, disappearing into the black fog. They left behind the commander and others who were unable to lift their heads from the assault, furiously roaring at the departing vehicles in frustration. Their protective suits were already tattered, some bullets penetrating their flesh leaving bloodied holes. Yet they seemed completely indifferent to their wounds, as if they felt no pain. Report to Sister Lei immediately. The target has escaped unexpectedly. We need external help from the association. The commander gritted his teeth. Useless. One of them glared fiercely at the commander before turning to dash towards the plane. Chapter 230. Trouble with the number 4. In the darkness, all around, silent and still, Yu Hong moved quietly and directly forward along the winding road. Ahead was an extreme blackness, pierced only by the faint white glow of inner chi that enshrouded him, emitting a minimal negative radiation to disperse any black insects that might be lurking around. The training in Thunderbolt leg technique allowed him to maintain a speed of 50% while minimizing the sound of his footsteps, despite the fact that he was now much heavier than before. On the dark road surface, on either side, a dragon lizard followed alongside Yu Hong. Occasionally relying on their vision, Yu Hong could discern the direction of the road ahead. Puff, puff, puff. Among the barely audible footsteps, Yu Hong took out a map and pulled open the cover of the atomic lamp flashlight on his shoulder, revealing a thin slit. A faint green light shone on the map. I've traveled about 1/5 of the way, Yu Hong estimated in his mind. On the map, from the ground to Aurora City, one needed to pass through 3 key points. These 3 nodes were Misha Village, Ximping City, and Yufei City. On the map, these 3 dots flickered with a faint red light, while the dot representing Yu Hong himself was green, only a few kilometers away from the nearest Misha village. The Black Disaster Rift caused the land route to be far from straight but winding and several times longer than the direct distance. But this path was important for safety. Whoosh! Folding up the reinforced map, Yu Hong tightened the large iron ball chain behind him and continued to step forward. Gradually, ahead, the snow lightly dusting the road surface began to diminish, and numerous untidy marks of various sizes appeared, punching many holes in the powder. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes and looked forward, the dragon lizard's vision only allowing them to see about 15 or 16 meters ahead in the black fog. It was unclear whether there was danger beyond that. On the abandoned road, as he moved forward, a vertical road sign suddenly appeared on the right side. Its shape was that of a peeling gray-white metal pole sticking out of the ground, slightly tilted, holding up a rectangular sign. On it, in black letters against a white background, read, "Welcome to Misha Village." Below that, a smaller inscription, "Fruit wholesaling to Misha, the nation's largest fruit trading market welcomes you." And further down, a red arrow pointing forward. Sigh. Yu Hong exhaled through his breathing valve and, following the direction indicated by the arrow, continued on his way. In the dragon lizard's black and white vision, the road ahead was open and empty, with nothing in sight. But as time went on, gradually, Yu Hong heard, coming from the distant sides, a faint and strange noise. It sounded somewhat like the wind, yet also like some rough friction. He looked to the right with the help of the dragon lizards. On the right side of the highway, ordinary gray-white single-story houses started to appear sparsely. In front of these common rural homes, there was often a sizable cement courtyard. Some had clotheslines hung up, others had agricultural goods laid out to dry. They looked as though people still lived there. Creak. Suddenly,
Yu Hong's footstep halted.
through the dragon lizard's vision, he saw a dark figure step out from one of the two-story houses on the right, slowly crossing the balcony on the second floor and quickly disappearing into another shadow. Swipe. Yu Hong glanced at the detector on his collar, which showed the red value had soared to over 100,000. He pursed his lips as he personally experienced what the Shu Chang caravan had always gone through. Traveling back and forth on such paths, even the sanest person could lose their mind. Puff. He continued to move forward, the dragon lizards also shifting ahead in silence. The three of them hurried along the road. Soon, more and more rural houses and cottages began to appear on the roadside. Several winding dirt paths also began to emerge on both sides of the highway. These paths were muddy roads leading into pitch-black fields, extending into the deep black fog, with no end in sight. In the courtyards in front of these houses and cottages, silhouettes stood silently, unmoving, facing Yu Hong with blurred faces, indistinguishable whether they were watching him or just naturally in that posture. The detector values sometimes spiked rapidly and other times abruptly dropped back to normal. Yu Hong did not provoke them but followed the route on the map calmly. Gradually, the houses on both sides began to thin out, and after half an hour, he passed through Misha village and sped away towards the wild countryside. Thump. Suddenly, from the road ahead, came the sound of a heavy object falling. Thump. One after another. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes and stopped in his tracks, staring intently into the fog ahead. Soon, to the front and right on the road, emerged a huge spider over a meter tall. But the spider had not 8-jointed legs, but rather 8 pale human legs. Between those human legs, where one might expect the back of a spider, was the pale face of a human, eyes closed, smiling faintly. The skin of the face was porcelain-like, smooth and fine, with not a single pore to be seen. Thump, thump, thump. This strange spider paid no attention to Yu Hong and slowly passed beside him, soon disappearing into the black fog behind him. Level 4 Black Disaster. Hibernating human spider. Yu Hong thought of the information related to this kind of black disaster. He had no intention of disturbing it, knowing that when facing the black disaster, he would not invite trouble unless it attacked first. Because the black disaster could revive endlessly, no matter how many times it was killed, it could not be eradicated. So instead of wasting energy, it was better to conserve it for potentially more dangerous, high-risk black disasters. He continued forward. Beep! Suddenly, a crisp electronic bell sounded from a distance to the left. Then came waves of children's noisy laughter and chatter, faintly spreading through the air. Yu Hong halted his steps and looked in that direction. The black fog there was rolling, and a dirt road split off from the highway, extending into the mist. Beep, beep, beep. This time, it was the detector embedded in his collar that was sounding an alarm. On the LCD screen, the values flashed erratically, one moment negative, the next in the millions, tens of millions, or even billions before suddenly resetting to zero, blank. Snap, snap. Yu Hong reached out to tap the detector, switching off the alarm. It's broken. He never expected the detector to sense every danger, but to start malfunctioning so soon after he'd started out was, just then. A line of small figures with backpacks appeared on the path to the left, marching toward him in a neat line. These figures were gray and indistinct, barely recognizable as elementary school children with backpacks. They were smiling, their skin deathly pale, and with varying degrees of wounds and bloodstains on their bodies. These children seemed not to have noticed Yu Hong, and they filed past the highway, one after another, right in front of him. One by one, they jumped off the side of the road one after another and disappeared into the black fog, until the last one, the last figure with short hair and a small backpack, suddenly stopped and turned its head to look at Yu Hong. He stood there immobile, as if instantly transformed from living flesh to statue. Yu Hong hesitated for a moment but continued to move forward as planned. I'm on top of a black disaster rift. They won't easily make a move and spark conflict. So, as long as the black disaster doesn't attack me, I won't act. Step by step, he and the dragon lizard slowly moved away from the schoolchild's figure, who kept his face turned toward Yu Hong as he moved. Only when the distance grew and the figure was thoroughly engulfed by the black fog did the detector's erratic value phenomenon stop and disappear. In this world, apart from Aurora City and the very few large strongholds, I'm afraid there won't be any more living people. Yu Hong felt suddenly weighted down. He speculated that he might be the only survivor outside of the major strongholds. In silence, he quickened his pace. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Escaped? Inside a heavy armored vehicle headed to a military airport. Exine Gillet stared coldly at the subordinate officer reporting to her. I sent so many people down there, and we had the surrounding area surrounded by black disasters to lure them in, and you're telling me they escaped? It's not my fault. Your men were discovered prematurely. They acted out before boarding the plane, which then incited the committee people to revolt, replied the subordinate officer, unfazed and still smiling. He slightly raised his head, his face obscured by a black metal mask that smiled, hiding his true countenance. Don't think this is just my problem, Exine Gillet exclaimed angrily. If the contents of that USB drive were exposed, no one in the association could avoid the fallout. Do you think you could escape? Aurora City hasn't collapsed yet. Actually, there's a lot of conflict within the association even now. The Misha family's list, while devastating to some, is, you understand, less so to others. Therefore, mobilizing the association's resources isn't quite as you imagine. Not everyone will cooperate, said the man in the black mask, still smiling. Heh, what's your price? Although Exine Gillet knew she was being exploited, she had to suppress her anger and ask, as she was not yet in full control of the situation in the second Aurora City. Exposure could instantly destroy her good standing. However, if the destruction of evidence was successful with the support of the main forces of the Allied Army, if she achieved more water sources through the association's power and the merit of resolving the Misha family issue, her reputation and power in the second Aurora City would peak. At that point, not even the chairman of the committee could command her. Given the current situation, searching for these people around the city would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. There are too many black disasters, many of which are high risk and not lured by the association's bait. The man in the black mask analyzed. So, the only option is to deploy the Black Blood people, the association's elite task force that can move freely even near high-risk black disasters, ensuring the mission's success. Black Blood people. Exine Gillet's expression shifted slightly. Yes, that's the only way. Of course, deploying Black Blood people comes with risks. You should understand, even though they're called people, in truth, said the man in the black mask, still smiling. If we had been more resolute from the beginning and killed all of the Misha family outright, there wouldn't be so many troubles now. Exine Gillet slammed her fist on the metal table in front of her. Additionally, a reminder, according to the records of the Ingshan civilization, we've reached the limits of the basic black disaster situation. The association has obtained all it can. Coming up in about half a year, the gate of despair corresponding to the cold disaster will naturally open. I hope you're prepared in advance. Thank you for the reminder. Exine Gillet gritted her teeth. She took a deep breath. I'll allocate 1/5 of my resources to hire a black blood person. As you wish. The man in the black mask slightly smiled and stepped back, then swiftly vanished into the shadows. The interior of the armored vehicle transitioned from silent to filled with a multitude of external sounds. Only Exine Gillet remained, sitting in her seat with a severe expression, her gaze fierce. Chapter 231. Closing in. Xinping City. This was the second node on the map. During the brief daylight hours, Yu Hong rapidly sprinted through the city streets, occasionally leaping over vehicles clogging the road. The road surface was littered with trash and dust. Some areas seemed to have been trampled by a massive weight, leaving behind footprints and pits of various sizes. On the roadside stood office buildings of uneven heights. The upper floors of buildings that were often 10 or 20 stories tall had almost all turned to a shade of gray due to the accumulated ash. Between the city's buildings, Yu Hong and 2 dragon lizards swiftly darted through the streets. Thump! He stepped on a jeep that had already been flattened and looked up at the sky. Something's not right about this place. Yu Hong glanced at his detector and the values on it were also wildly fluctuating, from millions to tens of millions in crazy variations. He shifted his gaze back to the front, where the endless dark windows of the buildings on both sides seemed as if unknown dangers could burst forth at any moment. By now, Yu Hong had a clear understanding of his own perception. Standing on the roof of the car for a while, he waved his hand for the dragon lizards to lead the way with him, following closely behind. He jumped off the car, leaping over one vehicle after another. Suddenly, he paused, spotting through the window of a white sedan to his right a woman in black holding a child. The woman was slumped over in her seat, motionless, with only the child's black, short hair visible, curled up in her arms, equally still. In the sub-zero temperatures of 20 or 30 degrees below zero, for the two to be sitting in such a vehicle meant no good. Yu Hong reached out and gently tapped on the car window. No response. The two seemed as if they were asleep. Yu Hong's increasingly powerful perception also sensed that the interior of the car was ice-cold, long without the slightest sound. He silently withdrew his hand. Escaped the black disaster, but couldn't escape the extreme cold. The sky gradually darkened, and night was about to descend once more. Yu Hong moved away from the sedan and hurried forward. Minutes later, he arrived in an area near the center of Xinping City. There was a shopping plaza here, resembling a European-style structure with gray columns encircling a large, semi-open circular marketplace. In the plaza, large deflated inflatable toys could occasionally be spotted on the ground. Passing by a milk tea shop, the hard plastic bear standing outside the store was wearing a warm smile, except its originally white fur was already stained with dark red blood spots. Yu Hong narrowed his eyes at the promotional advertisement stuck on the exterior wall of the shop. A cartoonish pure white bear was on it, contentedly drinking a cup of bubble milk tea. Puff! Suddenly, his vision blurred. The cartoon bear on the advertisement actually winked at him. Yu Hong quickly glanced at his detector, the readings still showing gibberish. He took a few steps closer, reached out his hand, and gently touched the advertisement. Just as his hand got close, bang! A large black iron ball violently struck the wall, shredding the advertisement along with it. Whoosh! As the iron ball retracted, it pulled out a shower of debris and powdered cement. As for the advertisement, it was already smashed into many tiny pieces. Yu Hong retracted the iron ball, frowning. I should have been on my way. Why did I strangely stop here to look at some inexplicable advertisement? Dare to tempt me? At that moment when he passed by here, a spontaneous impulse had risen in his heart. He just wanted to take a look. And the result? This place is too dangerous. Can't leave it to continue harming people. Reflecting on what had just happened, Yu Hong also found it quite chilling. That something could influence his movements without his awareness indicated that if paired with high-powered bombs, such an ability would definitely be a huge ambush weapon. So he raised the iron ball, letting the black spiked iron ball whirl rapidly above his head. The heavy, whirring sound of slicing through the air was incessant. Boom! The milk tea shop was the first to be completely flattened. More store after store on its side followed suit. In an instant, the area was filled with flying dust, stones scattering everywhere, walls collapsing into powder, and several small buildings quickly imploding. By the time the sky turned completely dark, the entire shopping plaza where the milk tea shop stood had been mostly reduced to ruins. That should do. Putting down the iron ball, Yu Hong wiped his helmet's visor clean of dust. While he was smashing, he thought he had heard some noise from the buildings. But because of his swift actions, he did not pay attention to it, and since the noise was fleeting, he simply chose to ignore it. Moan! Just then, from the black fog overhead, the familiar cry of a bird approached rapidly.
Multiejed bird.
Yu Hong looked up, but apart from the black fog, he couldn't see anything else. Seems to be quite a few of them. Whoosh! Suddenly, the iron ball in his hand shot out, striking towards the sky. Thud! The iron ball hit something, was rapidly pulled back, and landed. Yu Hong hurriedly went over to inspect. Impaled on the spikes of the iron ball was a large, hairless gray-white bird over 3 meters long. The bird possessed a long beak akin to a spike, and its face was covered with dense pairs of tiny red eyes. According to the characteristics of high-risk black disaster areas, most high-risk black disasters do not allow lower-level black disasters to roam freely in their territory. So the presence of multi-eyed birds, which are lower-level black disasters, implies that the surroundings are relatively safe. Moan! At this moment, the multi-eyed bird tried to break free from the iron ball, attempting to flap its wings and take off again. But Yu Hong stepped forward and grabbed its beak with one hand. Under the suppression of great force, the multi-eyed birds could only frantically flap their wings. But such actions were futile. Dragging the multi-eyed bird, Yu Hong continued on his journey and began to attempt extracting water from within the multi-eyed bird's body using the condensing water technique. He speculated that if he could apply the water extraction capability of the condensing water technique in battle, its power would be immense. Asterisk. 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 Outside the second Aurora City. Inside the eerily black circular mountain range. A row of armored vehicles formed a co-shape, creating a rudimentary camp. A bonfire rose in the middle of the camp. The firelight, not very bright, was mingled with burned large pyroxene stone powder, which was currently the main method to block the blood tide of the black disaster. Schweningning, Anin, and Lin Yi, along with 2 deputy commanders of the rescue team they had just escaped with, were sitting by the fire, roasting the ground potatoes they had just dug out. So, you're saying you don't know why the commanders want to harm you? Schweningning asked with a frown. Indeed, we have no idea. Just now, Yi said she encountered a very mysterious foreigner outside who saved her life, only to be blasted by a rocket. If the identification is correct, the rocket that hit them must have been launched by our side, a deputy commander quickly said. It looks like the investigation team has always been under Minister Exion's responsibility. They were able to pinpoint Yi's location but had us fire rockets toward Yi's position. This. Schweningning's expression turned solemn. Before she could finish, suddenly, outside the armored vehicles, a rescue team soldier responsible for the guard duty let out a scream. Alert! Everyone quickly stood up and drew their guns to check the detectors. Bang! Suddenly, an armored vehicle was violently rammed from the outside. The body crushed inward, hitting the 3 people. Anan. Schweningning saw Anan had been hit and rushed forward to help. Yi also hurriedly followed, lending a hand to move the armored vehicle aside and extricate someone from the compressed area. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, the sound of gunfire rose again in the camp. A tall humanoid figure, wrapped in black bandages, was withstanding a hail of bullets swiftly weaving through the crowd. With each lift of his hand, he could easily kill a nearby team member. There was no need to hit a vital spot. Just a scrape of skin was enough for a team member to quickly turn purple all over, gasp for breath, and fall to the ground, unable to get up. What the hell kind of black disaster is this? Someone roared in anger and fear. But it did little to stop the bandaged man's cold butchery. The bullets were ineffective against him, and even the more powerful specially made grenades that exploded violently only pushed him back a few steps. He quickly advanced again, the burns on his body healing quickly, reverting to their original state. "Run!" Lin Yi suddenly shouted. She pulled Xuanning and Nen and turned to run into the black fog. Once they left the bonfire, the outside temperature of -30-some degrees immediately stiffened their movements. But they had no choice. The bandaged man was of enormous strength, with incredibly fast regenerative healing. His flesh could even withstand a barrage of bullets and seemed to carry potent venom. Other than scattered flight, they could think of no better strategy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The black fog tumbled. Yu Hong twisted the neck of the multi-eyed bird, tossing it far away. The dead multi-eyed bird rapidly disintegrated, turning into black smoke that dissipated into thin air. Meanwhile, in Yu Hong's palm, a small ball of pitch-black liquid formed. The liquid shaped into a sphere and quietly floated and spun. Could it really have drawn water out? As he continued on his way, he carefully observed the water ball. On the surface, this black ball seemed no different from the water of the Black River. But on closer inspection, one could see that the black water ball, originating from the multi-eyed bird, was constantly trying to escape his control, wanting to fly off into the distance. It appeared to have a will of its own. Having quickly returned to the highway outside the city, Yu Hong looked back at Ximping City shrouded in mist. There was something wrong with this place, but fortunately, he had traveled the Black Disaster Rift route, so aside from encountering the pass-through multi-eyed bird, he hadn't met any danger. Covered most of the journey. I hope the camp is all right. Holding the water ball, Yu Hong couldn't help but think of the Black Wind Camp, where his special constitution potion was intensifying. If not for the fear of it being very easily smashed by accident, he actually would have preferred to carry it with him. Collecting his emotions, he integrated the dragon lizard's vision and continued following the map. This time, thankfully, he didn't encounter any trouble, and after 4 long, tedious hours of travel, the final node at last appeared ahead, Yufei City. Yufei City, completely different in style from Ximping City before it. Walking through the streets, Yu Hong's alertness was raised to its highest. The buildings and houses around him, their doors and windows were all gone. In their place, countless black strands sealed the entrances and exits. The black strands were visible everywhere on the ground, scattered and broken. On street lamps, on steps by the roadside, inside abandoned shops. The black hair was omnipresent. Whoosh! Yu Hong, dragging the black water ball single-handedly, involuntarily quickened his step. Amid the faint footsteps, the entire city seemed increasingly cold and empty. Yu Hong had to increase the burning of his inner chi a bit to combat the incessant chill invading from the outside. Suddenly, the black hair to his right began to creep. They gathered and stitched together, quickly forming a woman in a black cloak holding a black lantern. The woman bent her head low, revealing only her pale, rotting chin. Her lantern suddenly lit up with a red flame, illuminating a small area around her. But it seemed because Yu Hong was walking in the rift, she did not attack. Chapter 232. Yu Hong stepped past her, only to find that the black hair on the left side of the rift also began to wriggle and coalesce. Soon, large black cubes were formed one after another. Rolling midair, they were roughly 5 meters in length and width, wholly stitched together with black hair. Yu Hong didn't utter a word and continued to move forward. As he delved deeper into the city district, lantern-bearing women and black floating cubes on both sides became increasingly numerous. Fortunately, the Black Disaster Rift was reliable. Although the path twisted and turned, no black disaster had blocked his way. Until at last, as he was about to exit the city district, snap! The lantern-bearing woman on his right finally took a step forward, blocking Yu Hong's path. Silently, Yu Hong took out his map, double-checked it, and confirmed that she was blocking the path of the Black Disaster Rift. Has the rift changed? He put away the map and looked at the lantern-bearing woman blocking his way. It makes sense. The Black Disaster Rift is not constant. Occasional minor changes are normal. Whoosh! He reached back and took down the giant iron sphere he was carrying. Since there's no path, there's no choice but to force through it. Hiss! The white glow on his body suddenly flared brightly, like the only source of light in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. And right in front of him, rows upon rows of lantern-bearing women blocked the path, their lantern flames turning darker red, resembling blood plasma, thick and heavy. As the flames changed, more lantern-bearing women emerged from the darkness behind them, densely packed. At a glance, red lights flickered. There were at least 100 red lights from the lanterns. 7-level group living evil shadows. The lantern shadows. Yu Hong tensed, information about the enemy flashing through his mind. Firearms are ineffective against them. Specially made explosives can only be effective at the moment of their attack. They are extremely difficult to crush. Too bad. I'm not a fool waiting for your first move. He muttered softly. Thunderbolt. Inner chi burst forth from 2 paths simultaneously, white flames igniting atop his body. The flames spread rapidly to the iron sphere. Hugging the iron sphere with both arms, he gathered strength in his legs. Harsh white light continuously exploded and burned. Boom! In an instant, his figure shot forth like a cannonball, erupting into a sprint. Bang! The first lantern-bearing woman 5 meters away was struck by the iron sphere's spikes, her body crumbling to pieces within the inner chi's bright light, destroyed in an instant. Then came the second, the third. The masses of lantern-bearing women in front attempted to block him, but not one could stop this brutal charge. Many didn't even have time to attack before their bodies were pierced. Their characteristic of lacking physical form unless attacking spared some of the lantern-bearing women. But that was all. Struck by the inner chi, their bodies still tore apart into shreds. Through the city district, a white light traced a thin line, surging straight forward, dimming slowly as it collided with more and more obstructions. Just as the white light was about to burst out of the city, suddenly, inauspicious black hair converged in front of him, forming a giant black-haired woman over 10 meters tall. The woman, dressed in black clothes and a black skirt, bowed her head and smiled, her long hair floating around like seaweed. Hee. A sinister laugh suddenly echoed throughout the city district. The black boxes, quietly retreating to avoid the black-haired woman, evidently reached a new equilibrium. The problem was that the previous Black Disaster Rift could no longer be used to this point. A new form? Level 8 or Level 9? Yu Hong's expression grew grave. He slowed his pace to a stop and set down the iron sphere. He stood about 50 meters away from her, exactly at the entrance of a street corner. A broken traffic light hung above him, coated in dust. It seems my luck isn't so good. Xu Chang had made several trips without incident, yet trouble arose on his first try. But fortunately, the white flame around his body shone even brighter, and strands of white filaments emerged one after another from his back, condensing into a gigantic half-body figure. As long as I kill you, all my luck will be good. Whoosh! The half-body figure abruptly opened its eyes, revealing a solemn face remarkably similar to Yu Hong's. The figure, over 4 meters tall, and with arms crossed, muscle-bound body ablaze with white flames, emitted waves of intense negative radiation. Kill! Hee. In an instant, 2 figures, one black and one white, accelerated toward each other. Asterisk. 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 Second Aurora City. A silent helicopter slowly descended from the air, landing on a concealed helipad within the city. As the helicopter's door opened, a group of robust soldiers in purple-black military uniforms jumped out and fanned out to stand guard. 2 tall and slender senior officers, a man and a woman, were the last to disembark. Seeing them come down, a waiting crowd immediately came forward. "Welcome, special envoys, for your guidance. Regarding the previous investigation, we have already gathered quite a bit of evidence. However, in terms of execution, we still lack sufficient strength." Among the greeters, a tall and sturdy man with a square face and clear eyes shook hands with them and said gravely, "Given the current situation, every Aurora City has become an enclosed environment. The power from the outside world is blocked by the Black Disaster and can hardly be conveyed inside, so—" The female special envoy quickly said, "I understand." The muscular man nodded. "Commissioner Yang, the arrest order for Xian Gillet has been issued," said the male special envoy simply. "But we can't send any more forces over. The actual arrest operation will depend on how many people you can persuade with righteousness. There are a total of 5 commissioners in the second Aurora City, and I've already won over 2 of them." Commissioner Yang nodded confidently. "Enough to remove Xian Gillet from her position in the meeting room. That's good." The group moved quickly out of the helipad, ready to board the reception vehicle. Suddenly, searchlights in the distance lit up. The intense blinding white light made it impossible for everyone to distinguish anything at the other end. "Don't let them touch you. Everything here has been contaminated by the Black Disaster. You absolutely cannot believe a word they say." Shouting could be heard from the direction of the lights. "But Commissioner Yang is inside too. Under the contamination of the Black Disaster, there are no commissioners," someone said coldly. The surrounded people were bewildered. How had they suddenly become contaminated? Commissioner Yang was about to explain loudly, but shooting had already started around them. After a flurry of gunfire, all was quiet once again. Medical staff in white protective suits, holding detectors, checked around the fallen bodies to confirm that everyone had been infected. These medical personnel had no idea how the contamination had happened. In the darkness in the distance, a dark shadow stood quietly on a tree branch, watching the group. Finally, Yang's side is dealt with. Once Sister Thunderbolt resolves the water issue, the second Aurora City will be hers for the taking. In times of severe water scarcity, whoever could secure water would hold the greatest sway. To think that just a few special envoys and undercover agents in the city could secretly usurp power. The shadow chuckled lightly, jumped down from the tree, and walked away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Boom! The half-figure of the Thunderbolt transformation collided head-on with the black-haired woman over 10 meters tall. Yu Hong smashed down with a heavy iron ball in his bare hands. The black-haired woman, holding a lantern, shook it and then smashed down as well. When the 2 spheres collided, the ground erupted underneath them, revealing a dense web of cracks. The great wave of dust and air quickly spread outwards, causing lighter stones to roll and loosen. Yu Hong's feet flickered and he soared into the air, appearing at the side of the woman with lightning speed. He lifted the iron ball and struck down hard on the woman's forehead. Boosted by inner chi, the strike made the woman stagger and almost fall. She shook her lantern again, and the red flame inside suddenly turned into a streak of fire, shooting out. Not stopping there, the flames shot out one after another, chasing after Yu Hong, and in a blink of an eye, more than a dozen streaks had flown out. But despite the multitude of flames, they couldn't keep up with Yu Hong's speed of movement. With the Thunderbolt leg technique at full power, he dashed through the gaps between the flames. Another ball struck the back of the black woman's head. Bang! The black woman swayed, turned to grab, but caught air. Bang! Another muffled sound, and the left forearm of her lantern-holding hand broke, black blood spurting from the wound. Then, a succession of loud bangs kept on coming. The giant body of the black woman became a target, utterly unable to capture Yu Hong's speed. And the characteristic of only being touchable during attacks did nothing to stop her being overwhelmed. Minutes later, Yu Hong landed lightly, observing the giant black woman who had fallen with an unchanged expression. Maybe I could have taken her down without the Thunderbolt transformation. His power was nearly equal to hers, but his speed was much faster. It was a complete overpowering match. The mastery of the Thunderbolt leg technique had finally revealed its full advantage. At that moment, although the black woman had fallen, her massive body began to tremble violently, as something in her abdomen seemed desperate to break out, pushing up various bulges. Clearly, there's a second form, but I don't have the time to linger here. Yu Hong retracted the Thunderbolt transformation, and with a blink of his body, he rushed forward at great speed with 2 dragon lizards. Bang! With a single palm, he smashed heavily into the black woman's abdomen. The tremendous force of the impact pushed the bulges back. Simultaneously, the condensing water technique activated, starting to continuously extract water from the black woman's body. Soon, a steady stream of black droplets rose from her abdomen, gathering in Yu Hong's palm. As he collected and extracted the water, surprisingly, the violent movements of the black woman quickly calmed down, and her body began to slowly disintegrate, turning into countless puffs of smoke that dissipated. 2 now. Yu Hong raised his hand, with 2 black water spheres of different auras floating above his palm. The smaller one, the size of a green bean, was from a multi-eyed bird. The larger one, the size of a walnut, was from the black woman he had just dealt with. Maybe I can incorporate them into the black mark for enhancement. See what I can enhance. The black mark's random enhancement was an interesting ability. These relics of the Black Disaster might also be useful for enhancement like an array, potentially receiving a positive direction of enhancement. Tucking away the water spheres, Yu Hong followed the road leading out of the city, quickly approaching the direction of the second Aurora City. 3 checkpoints passed. The rest of the journey wouldn't take more than a few minutes. The key was to consider how to enter the city. Second New Aurora City had no ground-level entrance or exit. This was Yu Hong's first time entering a large human settlement, and he was slightly curious. Since arriving in this world, he had always stayed in small places, hiding. The most people he had encountered were in small towns and county cities. This was the first time. To find out the truth about he decided to go into the city. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. After entering the city, I'll take down Xiangile first, ask for the reality, and then look around to verify the situation with people. He wasn't sure how his strength rated in the entire human collective. This would be a good opportunity to experience it firsthand. Maybe he could find a few mutated powerhouses to practice with. Given that the Black Disaster was so bizarre, it'd be normal for a few stronger mutants to exist, right? Chapter 233, Puzzle. Inside the second Aurora City, Xiangile and 4 other United Army Committee members stood at the 5 corners of the conference hall. Each of them was protected by individual barriers, with circles of guards stationed further outside. This was the Life Conference Hall, where, after the Black Disaster outbreak, the leaders of the United Army met face-to-face with representatives from the lower and middle classes to listen to public opinions. In Dongha, this was a unique form of communication also known as the Mobile Conference. The 5 committee members of the Second Aurora City were Chen Shiguang, responsible for the 3 major corps of the United Army, Zhao Xiong, in charge of medical health and epidemic prevention, Lu Chengpeng, responsible for construction and renovation design, Xiangile, handling Black Disaster exploration and investigation, and Adelai Mu, overseeing internal affairs and scientific research. Chen Shiguang, as the most important committee member of the new Second Aurora City, had been responsible for the Black Disaster security defenses of the surrounding cities. According to the Division of Labor, he managed the main force of the army, while a select few elite investigation units were led by Xiangile. However, Chen Shiguang was getting old, now nearly 70, and his physical strength and energy were far less than when he was young, so often he did not concern himself much with the investigation units. Just dealing with various Black Disasters was enough to make him overwhelmed. At this moment, this tired old man was standing seriously in his position, reading his prepared speech. His voice, full of rhythm and cadence, echoed throughout the quiet conference hall. Based on feedback from the clearance operation, 3 high-risk Black Disaster clusters around the city were lured further away using induction liquid technology. Thanks to the sacrifices made by the 7th Battalion of the 9th Brigade of the 3rd Corps, It was your effort and fearlessness that maintained the final piece of the second Aurora City. For this, I announced the award of listening to Chen Shiguang's voice. Adlai Mu, also a committee member, suddenly frowned as a report came through his earpiece. Committee member Adlai, from our monitoring markers outside the city, we've discovered that group of mysterious black-armored individuals again. They're attacking another group that appears to be a reconnaissance unit. Adlai raised his hand, covering his mouth with the pretense of rubbing his face, and spoke in a low voice. No response from Xianjilei's direct units? None. That's odd. Adlai was puzzled. In the current situation, each committee member who could stand their ground within the city had their own armed forces, regardless of the field they were in charge of. As someone overseeing logistics and research, he naturally also had his own armed forces and sources of information. Recently, through his informants, he noticed that Xianjilei's investigation units suddenly had a lot of small actions. This piqued his curiosity somewhat. The Black Disaster investigation was of great importance, and Xianjilei managed to take on this role mainly because she previously provided a lot of confidential information. Her investigation units, from the start, had her own direct subordinates as the main force. After the Black Disaster outbreak, she continuously provided a large amount of top-secret information, preventing multiple major casualties of the United Army, and thus made significant contributions, leading to her rapid promotions. This ultimately resulted in Xianjilei being the youngest among the city's 5 committee members, only in her 30s, while the others were all over 50. Keep observing. Report at any time if necessary, Adlai instructed. Understood. The second piece of news, starting from yesterday, the rechargeable microsensors we deployed outside the city detected a living being moving toward Aurora City from 30 kilometers away, following the standard rift route. Are there still survivors? How many people? Maybe they can bring us more Black Disaster intel. Adlai showed interest. Now that the Black Disaster investigation team encountered issues and all external exploration had paused, even though Xianjilei provided some intel again, anyone could see it was merely going through the motions. How to suppress the Black Disaster, securing more survival resources for humanity, had become a vexing problem for everyone. And the biggest key to suppressing the Black Disaster was still information. It's one person, no vehicles detected, initially estimated to be a strength-enhanced individual, traveling while carrying a lot of luggage. In this environment, to struggle alone and find the rift, breaking through the Black Disaster's encirclement, shows extreme courage and skill. Send someone to meet them. See if we can recruit them into our origin units, Adlai said softly. Understood. Being the one among the 5 committee members with the widest detection range, he also used such methods to recruit the most enhanced individuals. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't figure out how Xianjilei suddenly had so many enhanced individuals under her command. Recalling what committee member Yang from city number 1 said when she came over, Adlai was half doubtful in his heart. Even if Xianjilei really had issues, the people she saved with the information she provided were still there, and they were all her staunch supporters. Together, there were tens of thousands of them, including many direct relatives of various officials, and this network of connections meant anyone thinking of moving against her had to weigh their own capabilities first. Asterisk. 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 The black-crushing Baihang mountain range lay like a giant caterpillar crawling in the dark night. Its edges were lined with dense, charred forests. These forests, once lush before the Black Disaster, had long withered due to insufficient sunlight. The fallen leaves left nothing but claw-like bare branches, a scene of desolation. At the edge of the mountain range were scattered small, unmanned sentry posts. These posts were standard templates, consisting of a helipad and a small box-shaped house. The bright lights at night were once the only refuge for nearby survivors. But as the Black Disaster deepened, there were no more survivors outside. Sentry posts held only isolated white lights, situated amidst the thick black fog. Yu Hong stood in front of a sentry post, peering inside through the barbed wire. He had already unlatched the iron ball and hidden it in the outer forest. After all, ordinary people couldn't take it, and there were no living people outside anyway. He had also tidied himself up, making himself look more like a survivor seeking shelter. After all, his main purpose in coming here was to investigate the real situation inside Aurora City. If he made his intentions known directly, given Exiongile's power, if she truly had major issues, a remote bombardment would not be impossible. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary casualties. So, he needed to assume a different identity first. With this in mind, he tossed a bag of nutritional paste into his mouth, biting through it and sucking out the contents before spitting it out. From now on, I'll be called Lin Lon. Lin was taken from Stammering E's surname, and Lon, red and blue, simply a homophonic switch. Reaching out, he patted the barbed wire in front of him, glanced around, and soon found a surveillance camera slowly rotating under the eaves of the only gray-white small flat-roofed house. He waved at it. The camera clattered and made a noise. Soon, a surprised voice followed. "Haven't seen scattered survivors for a long time. Where did you come from?" "From near Baiha City. I'm called Lin Lon." "Where exactly is the new Aurora City?" "I can't find it," Yu Hong replied. "Someone has to pick you up to get in, you can't come in." The person replied, "You're really lucky. In this temperature, this environment, still able to walk that far alone." "I've always been lucky." Yu Hong nodded in agreement. "Along the way, I came across a car, and there was fuel inside, so I drove here. It was just the last stretch that the car ran out of fuel, so I had to walk." "Wait a moment." The surveillance voice went quiet. After waiting for over 10 minutes, a faint hum could be heard in the night sky. Soon, a rectangular drone over 2 meters long descended from the night sky. Underneath the drone hung a black plastic seat equipped with a safety buckle. "Hop on, this will take you into the city. One word of caution. Entering the city requires going through several procedures. If you're unable to pass..." The voice from the drone spoke. "I understand." Yu Hong nodded and sat on it abruptly. The entire drone dipped heavily. "You're too heavy." "Wait, I'll switch to another one," the voice said helplessly. After fiddling around for over half an hour, finally, under the suspension of a new large drone, Yu Hong slowly took off, flying into the night sky shrouded in black fog. He was tense all over, worried that the drone might lose control and crash. But fortunately, the technology of Aurora City was quite reliable, with no malfunctions occurring along the way. After flying through the black fog for several minutes, soon, the aircraft began to decelerate and descend. The mist ahead started thinning, and gradually, a massive circular city appeared in Yu Hong's sight. The city seemed to be surrounded by towering mountains, forming a giant basin. Its top was covered by a thick, transparent glass dome. Through the dome, one could see bright lights illuminating the buildings within. Distinct spotlights with special functions emanated from inside the dome, sporadically lighting up the surrounding black fog. The aircraft landed Yu Hong on a gray landing pad extending outward like a tongue on the outer side of the transparent dome. "Now, after you descend, there are 5 detection gates ahead. Walk through each one. If all the gates light up green, you may enter," the electronic voice said again. Yu Hong acknowledged, unbuckling the safety harness and stepping down to stretch. Looking around, there wasn't a single person, only the lone passage ahead. The passage featured 5 round arched mechanical gates, each adorned with various runes and patterns. The 5 silver metal gates seemed to welcome all outsiders. He walked through without hesitation, one by one, passing through all the gates, all lit up green. At the end of the passage was a square glass door. Inside the door could be seen 2 figures in white protective suits, waiting with weapons in hand. "All right, congratulations. You've passed the most troublesome review. Now please disarm all weapons and walk to the door." The electronic eye spoke again. Yu Hong readily took off a single dagger. The rest of his weapons had already been hidden with the iron ball. All he had on him now were some vortex talisman plates and radiation bombs. These were for use against black disasters, not harmful to people. The only thing he was a bit worried about were the 2 black water balls he had just taken in, fearing they might be detected by the gates. But it seemed everything was fine for now. As he reached the glass door, it automatically slid upward, and the two figures inside quickly came out. Both were over 2 meters tall, and judging by their muscular build through the protective suits, it was apparent they were quite burly. But when they stood in front of Yu Hong, even with their over 2-meter height, they were still slightly shorter than him. Moreover, their body width was noticeably thinner. Chapter 234. The Labyrinth. Here comes a big guy. A man familiarly slapped Yu Hong's arm. Brother, you're in luck. Your kind of build is most popular in the city now. He smiled and winked at Yu Hong ambiguously. Even with a transparent helmet cover in between, it was still clear that this guy was quite frivolous. It has to be said, making it all the way to Aurora City, lucky you. Another man spoke with more gravity, his chin adorned with sparsely placed black beard. Commune. The city is undergoing major construction now. No idle hands allowed. Let me give you an introduction. You can think about what kind of work you want to look for. This place has gathered all the highest technologies from the entire East River, and even rescued a lot of unimaginable tech from the collapsed Silver Tower, so you don't have to worry about food. What you need to consider is what job you can find to survive here. After all, board and lodging aren't free.
Yu Hong nodded.
His calm demeanor surprised both men. But no one doubted this. Under the Black Disaster outbreak, many people had been through life and death trials, their emotions becoming numb and severely lacking fluctuations. Yu Hong wasn't an exception. The three entered through the glass door, and an inclined automatic escalator was before them. Below the escalator was an extremely large circular area. Many gray-black buildings were built within the area. 10 or more stories of residential buildings, office buildings, densely packed together, like chopsticks kneaded into one stick, slender and straight. Between the buildings were dark green strips of greenery and neatly planned gray-white roads. Countless people flowed between these buildings, coming and going in the green belts. There are 5 main systems inside the city, and you're free to apply to any of them. They are departments governed by the 5 committee members, respectively handling medical services, construction, administration, exploration, and the most important, the joint military. Then may I ask, which department is Minister Exangele in charge of? Yu Hong asked. The exploration department. Why? Do you want to join? That's one of the most dangerous departments, with a high mortality rate, but the benefits are the highest too, the bearded man said with surprise. Just asking. Yu Hong gave an awkward smile, seemingly scared off. Heh. Once you're in the city, you'll get a temporary residence offer, but it's just 10 square meters, very small. If you want to live and live well, then you've got to work to contribute. The two escorted Yu Hong off the escalator, and at a round, white reception desk, they received their ID cards and keys to their temporary accommodations. Brother Lin, I believe with your physique and strength, you'll make a name for yourself sooner or later. Keep it up. Half an hour later, the two led Yu Hong to the front of a residential building, gave him some final advice, and then left on their own. Yu Hong watched their retreating figures, then glanced around at the hustle and bustle of the flux of people. Towers rose high, mobile vendor carts sat beneath the buildings, and groups of ordinary people gathered in 3s or 2s to shop. The noisy hum of voices and traffic invaded his ears, this familiar sound evoking a profoundly surreal feeling in him. It was as if he had returned to the familiar safety of a peaceful society. Aside from the predominance of gray and black in people's attire, with very little color, the rest seemed no different from the society of old. Holding the key and ID card, he stood at the entrance of the building, people constantly moving in and out beside him, most shorter than him, some his height, and even a few enhanced humans taller than him. That seemed to be the primary difference between now and then. Hey! Suddenly, a cautious female voice came from beside him. Yu Hong turned to look. He saw a ponytailed girl with a good-looking face, dressed in a simple black jacket and jeans, standing 2 meters away, looking at him warily. Hello. Are you a survivor who just came in from outside? The girl seemed to be in her early 20s, her eyes somewhat weary with dark circles, her chest surprisingly full and convex, which seemed out of place with her slender stature. I am. Yu Hong, who had been bewildered about where to start, found a breakthrough with her approach. I'm Li Ziyun, the building manager. If you need something, you can call me with the phone in your room, the girl said with a polite smile, handing him a white business card from her pocket. Yu Hong took it, noting not only the name but also a phone number. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In another corner of Aurora City, Sector 2. Dozens of miles away from Yu Hong, inside a crowded building, a group sat in a room on the 13th floor with a heavy atmosphere. No one spoke. Soon, the Science and Logistics Department will find out I used a backup drone to enter the city. You can only hide for a couple of days at most, a bespectacled military officer from the Joint Forces said in a low tone. By then, I'll be taken away for investigation by my superiors, and you'll need to consider what to do next, whether to expose Xian Jile right away or... It's useless. Xuaningning sat aside, letting Lin Yi wipe an alcohol-soaked cloth over her arm wound. Xian Jile has found a temporary solution for the water supply, and now no one will believe our word. Indeed, I've just been out to inquire, and they've already issued warrants claiming you've been infected by the Black Disaster and even show abnormalities. As soon as you go outside, you could be discovered and captured, the bespectacled officer said gravely. Though the most dangerous place can be the safest, the blocker isn't omnipotent, and if they don't find you outside, they'll suspect the city eventually. The biggest advantage of the city is the crowd. As long as we have the blockers, we can blend into the crowd and avoid capture, Xuaningning said. Now, the key is to find evidence to prove Xian Jile is problematic. Plus, we need to figure out why she sent someone after us. And those guys who bullets can't kill, who exactly are they? Their speed and strength aren't strong. The key is that their wounds heal too fast. Even if shot in the head, they healed up quickly like it was nothing. This is incredible. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Li Han, the deputy commander, said angrily. If it wasn't for that surprise attack, so many of our brothers wouldn't have. His eyes were red, and during the previous attack, nearly half of his team had been killed in an instant. In the end, it was another deputy commander who sacrificed himself to draw away their pursuers, giving them the chance to escape. He finished treating her wound and raised her hand, wanting to speak. What is it, Yi? Xuaningning asked.
I suspect.
This. Lin Yi took out the small, mysterious USB drive from a tiny pocket sewn into her underwear. She detailed stutteringly the origin of the USB drive, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. The 16 people still here were all directly affiliated elites from the investigation department, but now the head of the department, their superior, had actually declared that they were contaminated by the Black Disaster. Adding to that was the sudden attack on their commanders and others at the outpost. Everyone immediately concluded that perhaps their team was involved in some major secret, and this secret could not be disclosed within Aurora City. Thus, the action akin to silencing them mid-route had occurred. At this moment, the USB drive that E suddenly produced seemed to provide everyone with a clear clue. So someone immediately got up to borrow a computer. Although they had been declared contaminated by the Black Disaster, they could still cover their faces, pool together some silver dollars they carried, and find someone else to help buy a laptop. Soon, 2 members of the team brought back a silver-gray laptop. They started the computer, had E insert the USB drive, and began retrieving the information. A group of people gathered around the computer screen, waiting to see what secret was so significant it had led them to face so much danger and attack. Whoosh! The screen displayed the contents of the USB drive, showing a list of 12 individual text files. All files were named with simple designations like 1, 2, 3, and so on. Tap tap. Xuaningning opened file 1. Click. Yu Hong pushed open the door, removed the key, and surveyed the small room before him. In a tiny room of just 10 square meters, there was surprisingly even an en-suite bathroom. A square window let in bright white light from outside. The room was furnished with a bed, a closet, a desk, 2 chairs, and a lamp. That was all. Thud, thud, thud. Yu Hong was just about to step in for a look around when the sound of footsteps came from behind again. He turned around to see a squad of joint military soldiers clad in full-body body armor and carrying short-barreled submachine guns, walking up to the door and knocking. "Mr. Lin Lan." The person in the lead buzzed. "I am. Is there something I can help you with?" Yu Hong said. "We are the armed collectors from the Scientific Research Department. As you are the only survivor who entered the city from the outside world this past week, we hope you can accompany us to the Scientific Research Department to collect some real-time data on the Black Disaster." "No problem."
Yu Hong nodded.
"Additionally, if I may ask, Mr. Lin, are you an enhanced individual?" the lead person inquired. "No." Yu Hong shook his head. He showed no signs of being an enhanced individual, something that would be easily verifiable with a check. Without utilizing his inner chi, he would not emit the negative radiation like enhanced individuals. "Not an enhanced individual?" The other person seemed somewhat surprised. "Then Mr. Lin must certainly be a master of fighting skill?" "Yes, I know a bit." Yu Hong nodded. "Let's go then, we can talk on the way," the person said, sounding more relaxed upon hearing that he wasn't an enhanced individual. Yu Hong followed them and climbed aboard the military vehicle downstairs. Inside the vehicle, the team leader leading the group pulled off his helmet and sighed with relief. "Honestly, the last thing we regular soldiers want to deal with are enhanced individuals." "Why is that?" Yu Hong asked, surprised. He found everything about this city, called humanity's last bastion, Aurora City, new and unfamiliar. Mainly because the temperament of enhanced individuals is so unpredictable. They are very unstable, incredibly pleasant when good, and violently irritable when not. The team leader sighed. "I had 2 team members who were beaten severely by an enhanced individual. They're still lying in a hospital bed. But enhanced individuals should be the main force investigating the Black Disaster now, right?" Yu Hong asked. "That's true. The front line depends on us regular individuals, but for deeper investigations, it's indeed up to them. That's where our conflict lies. After all, without the use of firearms, we really stand no chance against them." The team leader sighed. "I understand." Yu Hong nodded. "To cross the Black Disaster rift alone, Mr. Lin's strength must be quite formidable, right?" another team member asked. "It's okay. I was mostly just lucky," Yu Hong said earnestly. Chapter 235, Maze. The research department means that since you were able to pass through the Black Disaster rift alone for so long, you must have very rich experience. If the test goes smoothly, the higher-ups intend to invite you personally to join the elite force directly under the research department and enjoy senior benefits. So when you arrive there might be some enhanced humans who have been demoted who are not convinced, so please, Mr. Lin, bear with it and try not to get into conflicts with them," the captain said. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. This statement was quite interesting, hinting that in the city the term enhanced human had become synonymous with instability and irascibility. "Among the enhanced humans now, are there any famous figures? How powerful can they be?" he asked curiously. "There's an internal testing leaderboard at the Institute, generated from test data, but it doesn't represent actual combat," the captain replied succinctly. "The one with the highest speed is nicknamed Cobra, a fully enhanced human specializing in speed, who can sprint 100 meters in 4 seconds starting from 0, excelling in short-range high-speed direction changes. His speed is quite exaggerated. The strongest in terms of strength is nicknamed King of Strength, a fully enhanced human who can lift a car weighing 3 tons with his bare hands. Besides these, the body density of these enhanced humans is extremely high. Ordinary people can't even stab them with a knife no matter how hard they try. They are entirely not the same species as us." These data, Yu Hong glanced at the outside buildings and suddenly felt humanity was doomed. His expression could not show any anomaly, but the perceptive captain still perceived a hint of worry. "Let's not talk about this for now. Once we reach the Institute, if the information you provide, Brother Lin, is valuable, you might make a fortune," he said with an envious smile. "Thank you for your kind words." Yu Hong smiled. Soon, no one spoke in the car. Outside the car window, passing through district after district, winding here and there. The surrounding buildings gradually became less frequent. After more than 10 minutes, squeak, the car stopped, leaving thin black marks from the tires on the ground. Several people got out of the car in turns. Yu Hong followed behind and arrived at a place resembling an ancient mansion, painted black. Outside, the guard verified their identities and let them in. Upon entering, Yu Hong observed with a scrutinizing attitude, looking left and right. Directly inside was a huge white sand training ground, where pairs of black-clad people in tight clothes, possessing abnormal physiques, were sparring. Unlike others, these individuals were surrounded by researchers in white coats who were taking notes and occasionally commenting. After a while, Yu Hong was taken to a single-story black building. The room was divided into two sections by a partition of reinforced glass. He was on the right side undergoing verification. On the left, there were people standing and talking, occasionally glancing this way. "What am I doing now?" Yu Hong looked at the captain waiting beside him. "You're waiting to finish your verification depositions and to collect intelligence. A professional will come to talk to you. Just explain what you know." The captain replied adeptly. "How long will it take?" Yu Hong asked. "About half an hour, possibly longer if you have much to say. But the rewards and benefits will also be better," the captain said with a smile. "All right." Yu Hong fell silent, letting the medical staff start collecting his fingerprints, checking his blood pressure, breathing, red value radiation levels, etc. "I heard you're new here? To get senior benefits straight away?" As he sat in the room for his exam, an irritable male voice quickly floated in from outside. Soon, accompanied by footsteps, two burly men with floral turbans and white tiger tattoos all over their arms entered one after another. They immediately noticed Yu Hong, who was undergoing the examination. "Damn! I've been working my ass off for 2 months. Couldn't secure a single spot for senior benefits. Why does this kid get them the moment he arrives? Huh?" The man at the front, almost as tall as Yu Hong with a height over 2 meters, walked up to Yu Hong. Without any courtesy, he reached out and grabbed Yu Hong by the collar. "I'm an enhanced human, too. Why should I be inferior to you, you loafer, huh?" He shouted loudly. Seemed to be his catchphrase. He had to add it after every sentence. "Chun Chidong, stop causing trouble. He's just returned from the outside, bringing back important black disaster information." The captain who had brought Yu Hong here said, standing up to scold, "Mind your own business." The man turned to yell at the captain. "Think you can boss me around just because you have a gun? Believe it or not, I'll kill you and your superiors won't do a thing to me." This belligerent man named Chun Chidong cursed loudly at the captain, causing the captain's face to turn grim, his grip on his gun creaking. "So you're saying if you're strong, you get privileges?" Yu Hong asked while sitting. "What about it? I just saw it. Your red value is 0. You're just a lucky piece of trash." Chun Chidong, stimulated by Yu Hong's calm appearance, got even angrier. He pointed at Yu Hong. "I could kill you just as easily." Bang! Suddenly, a palm strike swept swiftly and landed on his right cheek. With a muffled thud, Chun Chidong was sent flying out the door, sliding across the training ground and leaving a trail over 10 meters long. He lay on the ground, head dizzy, attempting to prop himself up with his hands, but failed and fell down again. Inside the room, the nurse conducting the check held the pulse oximeter in her hands, motionless, forgetting what to do next. The captain and 2 other team members stayed frozen in place, their guns offering no sense of security as they looked at Yu Hong, who was still sitting, feeling tingles in their scalps. That was the strength-type enhanced human, Chun Chidong, and the door was made of thick hardwood, engineered for high strength, which had previously withstood numerous brawls among enhanced humans. "What just happened?" the captain asked, bewildered, looking at the shattered wooden door, wondering if he had just hallucinated. "I said I was lucky as a joke, but he actually believed it." Yu Hong retracted his raised palm and placed it in front of the nurse again. "May I continue?" "Oh!" The nurse trembled, her face turning pale as she quickly clipped the oximeter onto his finger. "Brother!" At that moment, Another bulky person who had entered the room with Chun Chidong realized what happened, let out a scream, and hurriedly rushed out to help Chun Chidong and check his injuries. The enhanced individuals who were originally training outside now stopped and gathered around. "Brother, you still say you're not an enhanced individual?" The captain looked at the unchanging face of Yu Hong as he swallowed saliva. "Even if you're strong, you shouldn't have hit an enhanced person here. They usually stick together. Look outside." By then, the enhanced individuals outside had already gathered around Chun Chidong to check on him. Some squatted down to look at his injuries, some took out their phones to make calls, and some frowned as they looked toward Yu Hong inside the room. "Actually, I'm not that strong," Yu Hong said as he checked his blood oxygen level, stood up, and moved his arm. "I'm just a little stronger than them here." He gestured a tiny bit with his fingers. A tiny bit stronger. Chun Chidong might have been at fault, but all he did was spew some rude words. Nothing uncivil. Was it necessary to give him a concussion? At that moment, a woman about 1 meter 90 tall, with extremely well-defined muscles and dressed in a tight black protective suit, without a helmet, pushed through the crowd and walked toward Yu Hong. This woman's muscular lines were extremely exaggerated, even larger than Yu Hong's. "Friend, isn't that going a bit too far?" "This point, indeed, was my mistake." Yu Hong nodded. He walked out of the room and stood 1 meter away from her. "I went a bit too hard, excessively so." His tone was sincere and his demeanor calm, immediately making the enhanced individuals present ease their expressions. "I am here to apologize to him." Yu Hong turned sideways, slightly bowing to Chun Chidong, who still couldn't get up, his expression one of regret. After finishing the gesture, he then looked toward the muscular woman. "However, the severity of my action is my own affair. This is a conflict between Chun Chidong and me. Do you really need to meddle? If you're excessive, why shouldn't I intervene?" The woman's face turned red. Unlike second-level enhanced individuals like Chun Chidong, she was one of the 4 strongest individuals in this Research Institute division, naturally qualified. Bang! Again, the same palm strike harshly landed on the woman's left cheek. She tried to resist, but she was horrified to find that the force was so mighty that even with all her strength, she couldn't stabilize her body or block that simple slap. The tremendous force flung her like Chun Chidong, rolling over 12 times on the ground and viciously crashing into the inner wall of the fence, motionless. Seeing this scene, the crowd finally erupted in shock. Before, a slap giving Chun Chidong a concussion was nothing special. Several people here could do that. But now, a slap knocking out the muscular woman, that level of strength was terrifying. It's important to remember her strength and weight were more than double Chun Chidong's. Power. King of strength? Someone couldn't help but whisper speculation. Impossible. The King of Strength just went to the front line of the military department to clear the Black Disaster 2 days ago. Then who is it? That's another King of Strength then. Pairs of shocked and awe-filled eyes converged on Yu Hong. "So you mean this is what you said about being just a little stronger than them?" The captain, with a stunned expression, slowly walked out of the room. "The investigation has ended. Who is the highest authority here? Can someone please come out and meet?" Yu Hong did not answer the question but instead posed another request. His time was limited. He was willing to cooperate with the inspection because his true intention was to make contact with the research department's officers and, from them, the higher echelons. From the rough understanding on the way here, the 2nd Aurora City's 5 commissioners each represented one of the 5 forces. The research department was represented by Minister Adlai Mu. So, causing a disturbance, displaying strength and value, drew senior attention, thereby gaining the opportunity for contact and asking for related intelligence. Asterisk. Inside a deserted high-rise office building in Aurora City, a tall figure wearing a black metal human mask stood silently at a high level of the building. Ran away? Can't find them? At that moment, this figure was communicating over a long distance through a wristwatch. They have someone using a jammer to block the positioning, and some people deliberately led the pursuers away. By the time we arrived, they had vanished. A helpless female voice floated from the other side of the watch. There's not much time left. Mr. Yang on the other side has been dealt with, and the specially dispatched teams have all been handled. Now it's just your side left. If they happen to contact the other branches, it's going to be a big problem. The masked person spoke solemnly. Don't worry. The association now controls most of the security points within the city. Even if we're discovered, with the power we hold, no one can save them. The voice from the watch confidently responded. Chapter 236. Puzzle. Among the mutants, there are some with actual strength. The other members each sensed something afoot with their forces. Especially Chun Shiguang, his 3 top subordinates have all started moving. Moreover, in the science department, they just let someone into the city. Based on the appearance provided by our inside source, it should be Yu Hong who's behind Lin Yi that has arrived. The masked person continued. With the black blood people here, no one can stop us from completing the mission. Not to mention, the trend is now set. Even if the members have some suspicions, they wouldn't dare make a move against the minister. After all, no one besides the minister can suppress the black disaster and secure the water source. As for this Yu Hong who's entered the city, even the other members wouldn't dare to take action. What kind of disturbance can a slightly stronger mutant cause? You should have more confidence in our association's executors. The woman on the other side of the wristwatch spoke in a deep voice. At times like this, you sure are confident. The masked person laughed. The reality is as such. You're not unaware of the association's strength. The woman laughed too. Even if the situation turns sour, our executors can join forces with the black blood people to forcefully eliminate all obstacles and complete the mission. That won't be necessary. There are our people in the other departments too. If they really consolidate their forces, it shouldn't be a problem to take complete control with a sudden strike. The masked person responded. The issue now is that we have searched the area several times. How could we? Wait a moment. Suddenly, the voice of someone else came from the woman's side. After a short conversation, the woman's tone became urgent again. We've found them. They've entered the city. Detected several hidden drones. According to the flight records, they must have entered the city earlier. Well done. They've really played me for a fool. I'll report to Sister Lei immediately and apply for a temporary city lockdown. The masked person said swiftly. You go into the city and catch them. Okay. Asterisk. 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 Science Department. Nice to meet you. I'm Yen Yuchio, the person in charge of this division. In the silver-white enclosed metal room, Yu Hong was brought in and immediately saw an elderly man in a gray coat wearing glasses. The old man had a ponytail, snowy white hair, and an air of an artist about him with a smiling and amiable face. He reached out for a handshake as soon as they met. I'm Lin Lan. Yu Hong shook his hand with the other party.
Lin Lang.
Should I say Yu Hong? We have your specific characteristics sent over from Gray City. Although there are some differences in features, the overall hasn't changed. We could make it out. Yen Yuchio smiled. You can recognize from that? Yu Hong said in surprise. Yes, a little bit of integrated domain technology. The old man gestured for a seat to talk. Mr. You, I went through the information and have been paying attention to you for a while. I remember you've always stayed at your Black Wind camp. Rushing such a long way to Aurora City. Are you planning to settle here or? I sense someone trying to harm me, Yu Hong said gravely. I hope to meet my friend Lin Yi who is here. Lin Yi from the investigation department. She's also had her physiological data analyzed here. A kind and good child. But it is said she went missing while out on an investigation not long ago. Yen Yuchio frowned. Doesn't the other departments know anything about the investigation department? Yu Hong asked. They are not clear. The separation between the major departments is very strong now. Only when there is a problem that requires accountability will it be brought up for resolution and discussion at the council. Yen Yuchio nodded. So if you have any issues, You should go directly to the investigation department and contact the various levels of officials under Minister Xian Jilei. That's too complicated. I came to the science department because I suspect Xian Jilei herself is part of the problem.
Yuhong frowned.
I've come here to Aurora City with 2 demands. He raised his finger. First, find my friend Lin Yi. If she is alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her body. Second, I want to find out why I was attacked earlier and why there was a problem with the goods Xian Jilei provided. Yan Yuqiu fell silent for a moment. Then he was about to speak. Suddenly, a deep electronic sound came from his body. Yan, I think I should come personally. Yan Yuqiu immediately stood up, took out a white square communicator from his pocket, and placed it on the table. All right, Adlai. He gestured to Yu Hong to look at the communicator, then stepped back out of the room, carefully closing the door. I'm sorry to talk to you like this, Mr. Yu Hong. Inside the communicator, Adlai's synthesized voice sounded quite sincere. But as a minister, I bear a heavy responsibility and must avoid any potential risks or threats. I hope you can understand. Minister Adlai, finally someone who can make decisions. Yu Hong stood up. I hope my 2 demands can be resolved. No problem, right? Human nature. I understand your demands. But the current situation is not something I can decide on. Matters of the investigation department are always resolved internally. Only when it involves the other 4 departments will it be brought out for joint consultation and discussion. So, I have no authority to interfere with Minister Xian Jilei's jurisdiction, Adlai answered. Meaning you can't resolve it? Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. The situation now is, even if it can be resolved, it should not be done. Because Minister Xian Jilei holds the method to solve the water supply. Without her, the entire Aurora City would face water shortages. So, do I just have to bear it? Unable to resolve my demands? Yu Hong understood the implication. Not at all. When the timing isn't so critical, these matters can be resolved later, Adlai persuaded. You are well aware, the water demand for the entire second Aurora City is enormous. If the supply is cut off, the hundreds of thousands of city residents will face grave problems. Yu Hong fell silent. Before he came, he thought he could directly find the root of the issue and resolve the problem swiftly. Going to the science department was merely to ascertain Xian Jilei's location and ensure he could have contact. But now it seems the situation is more complex than he imagined. Mr. Yu, such matters can't be hurried and need a long-term strategy, Adlai patiently counseled. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While Yu Hong was secretly discussing in the research department, somewhere in a secluded apartment building in Aurora City, Xuaningning and Deputy Commander Li Han, among others, watched the contents of the USB drive that Lin Yi had brought back. The first file they clicked on opened to reveal a somewhat blurry video. The video seemed to be shot inside a very spacious cave. The dimly lit cave had rows of lit candles as the sole source of light. An elderly woman with a pale face in a black robe stood in front of a huge white stone wall, holding an exquisite gold dagger in her hand. The video was recorded from the side. It was impossible to see what was on the stone wall clearly, but one could see that the old woman was well maintained, wearing expensive sapphire earrings and a complex, ornate gold ornament around her neck. It was an ancient-looking ornament that, at first glance, differed from the typical golden necklace, which generally has a linear structure. But this ornament had multiple layers, at least 10 chains woven into a net, with various peculiar gold symbols or characters as decorative accents. As number 1, and the first, I volunteer to begin the ceremony and set an example for everyone. The elderly woman raised the gold dagger and gently made a small cut on the skin under her neck. Blood immediately began to seep from the small cut. She dipped her fingers in the blood and started to write something on the stone wall. At the same time, she muttered something, as if chanting.
No.
You can't do this. Suddenly, a panic-stricken male voice interrupted the video. Hold him down. Don't let him disrupt the ceremony, someone yelled. Immediately, a commotion of scuffling and angry shouts erupted.
Bang!
With a gunshot, everything fell silent. You Misha family have been guarding this secret for generations but never learned to utilize it, to grow your own power. Such a waste. The old woman stopped chanting, her eyes cold as she seemed to be talking to someone. So that's why we need reform. Off-screen, a calm male voice gently rose. Don't worry, my people won't kill indiscriminately, just quieting him down, the old woman said indifferently. It's okay. There's always some opposition within the family that I can't eliminate. Having them disappear as collateral is not a bad thing. The male voice seemed to be in a good mood, completely indifferent to the life and death of his family members. Next, number 2. The elderly woman turned around, extended the gold dagger, and handed it to a person standing in the shadow behind her. Snap. The video ended there. In the room, Xuaningning swallowed hard. That old woman, I recognize her. No one responded. Like her, they were in a state of profound shock. Because they recognized that old woman, too. That looks like the Prime Minister of Willance, Mrs. Ihraf. Li Han's voice was hoarse. Willance Kingdom and the Free Federation are two of the strongest powers in the world, second only to the two mightiest nations, the East River and Fulica. If Willance and the Free Federation were to join forces, even East River or Fulica alone would not dare to take them lightly in a head-to-head confrontation. Both in terms of land area and population as well as overall technological and military capabilities, these two nations were only slightly less powerful than the top two. And if this video held any truth, it meant that the current Prime Minister of Willance, Mrs. Ihraf, had long been plotting with the Misha family. Mrs. Ihraf is still the sole head of the new Aurora City in Willance, right? A female team member couldn't help but quietly remind everyone. The shadow in everyone's hearts grew heavier. Quick, look at the other files. With so many files, we have to figure out what exactly they've done. Who was involved? Li Han suddenly came to his senses. Okay. Xuaningning quickly clicked on the second file. Meanwhile, at that very moment, a squad of armed troopers clothed in black stealthily entered the ground floor of the apartment building. Based on the surveillance footage reviewed, we estimate there in this building. The leader of the squad murmured softly. Which room specifically? Another team leader asked. Can't confirm. Then search each home. If you find anyone, shoot them on the spot. Remember, act fast to avoid making too much noise. And if the USB drive is found, it must be immediately isolated and taken away. Swoosh. Over 20 people in black quickly spread out, some heading through the elevator, others climbing through the stairwells, beginning their house-to-house search, converging on the 6th floor where Lin Yi and the others were. Chapter 237. Research Department. It seems that at the end of the day, water source is the core issue, right? Yu Hong sighed, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. That's exactly it. Hundreds of thousands of people in Aurora City need a large amount of water every day to sustain their livelihoods. We've somehow noticed some issues with Xiangile, but as long as she can ensure the water supply, we can only turn a blind eye. Adlai said helplessly. The 3 Aurora cities in the East River. Don't the other Aurora cities have corresponding methods? Yu Hong asked. The other Aurora cities are too far from here, never close to the black disaster that pollutes the water sources. Only our number 2 Aurora City completely relies on groundwater to supply the city, Adlai explained.
Yuong Pondé Tuktfuli.
He indeed could create water, but this wasn't a small outpost that needed only a few thousand liters of water to solve the problem. The daily water usage for drinking alone for hundreds of thousands of people far exceeded the total amount of water he could condense. After all, he couldn't possibly stay here all day creating water. Therefore, finding a real solution to the water source was crucial. What method does Xiangile use? Do you know? Yu Hong thought and asked. We've investigated, but there are no leads. We only know that whenever she goes down to the pumping system, it can normally supply water for a week. After she leaves, we've dispatched a large number of manpower and experts, but they can't find the real reason. The difficulty with the water source lies in the black disasters dissolving leeches. If a way could be found to counter this type of black disaster.
Yuong Froned.
I've heard Mr. Yu is adept at dealing with the black disaster. Do you have any thoughts in this area? Adlai asked gravely. Yu Hong didn't immediately reply but rapidly flicked through a stream of thoughts in his mind. Under what circumstances would the black disaster move on its own? Leave? The answer is when it gets displaced and killed. So how do you kill the dissolving leech? Yu Hong thought of using the black mark to concoct a special poison targeted specifically at this kind of black disaster, but since the black mark was undergoing strengthening now, so the condensing water technique, maybe he could try to see if it could separate. In that case, Minister Adlai, do you have a water sample contaminated by the black disaster's dissolving leeches? Yes. Adlai seemed to guess that Yu Hong had a plan. Soon, old man Yen Yuchio brought in a cup of pale gray water that looked like it had lime mixed into it. In the transparent glass beaker, the water inside swayed slightly, looking no different from slightly dirty water. This is the contaminated water. It's fine as long as it's not ingested. But once it enters a human body, it quickly breeds a large amount of dissolving leeches. Then the person parasitized by these leeches would quickly turn into a human bomb with immense explosive power. Moreover, the bits of flesh and blood blown out also carry massive amounts of dissolving leech eggs, polluting any surrounding liquid. Yen Yuchio explained helplessly. He placed the cup of water on the table next to Yu Hong. Do you have any ideas, Mr. Yu? A little.
Yuong nodded.
He didn't hide it. He extended his right hand, hovering it over the cup. If you have seen my information, you should be clear that I am the only remaining master of inner strength in existence today. So I want to try to use inner chi to see if it can resolve this black disaster. Yen Yuchio opened his mouth to speak, then stopped, but seeing Yu Hong starting to focus, he too shut his mouth and waited for the result. Buzz. Soon a faint white light lit up in Yu Hong's hand. This fantastical scene suddenly caused Yen Yuchio and Adlai to catch their breath. This was not one of those terrifying natural disasters like the Black Disaster, but a force produced by a person, a living, non-enhanced person on his own. Enhanced people and mutants while still within their scientific understanding, but this glowing inner chi completely exceeded their comprehension. Like a rune system unfamiliar and mysterious. As time passed, gradually, the gray water in the cup began to separate, with the top layer turning clear and the bottom remaining gray-black. Yu Hong silently operated the condensing water technique, but at this moment, he clearly felt the difficulty of extracting with the condensing water technique had increased significantly. Compared to directly extracting from the multi-eyed bird, it was much harder. After more than 10 minutes, Yu Hong finally withdrew his hand, a trace of flush crossing his face. By this time, the water in the cup had all appeared in his palm, slowly rotating in suspension. Only a layer of gray-black writhing mud remained in the cup. Yu Hong began to speak, but suddenly, the inner chi in his body abruptly stopped, and a great amount of inner chi began to gather and swirl in his dantian. Then a complex, twisted pattern emerged on the sphere of inner chi. Success. Yu Hong was pleased with himself. Then he broke off what he was about to say. He understood that this was the condensing water technique finally breaking through to the fifth layer and obtaining the first characteristic after reaching the fifth layer complete. Wait a moment. He closed his eyes, sitting quietly as the inner chi sphere inside his body slowly released an invisible sort of wave, covering his entire body. A mysterious change made his body start to itch and ache. Quickly, a magical feeling allowed him to suddenly realize. He seemed to have gained a certain characteristic from the condensing water technique by controlling regular water through practice. At this moment, the feedback sound of the black mark rang out again. Characteristic acquired. Underwater breathing. Yu Hong took a long breath. Last time he obtained a trait, it was when he refined the Thunderbolt leg technique to its peak, obtaining the Tao breath circulation. Now, to obtain a second trait so quickly, there was no doubt it was also thanks to that first trait. Just like the traits obtained by disciples of the Yunshui Jiugong sect recorded before, The most common and easiest trait to obtain from ordinary clear water is underwater breathing. It seems I'm no different from the ordinary disciples in this aspect. Then there's the other type of water from the Black River. He chose two types of liquid control. One was clear water, and the other was the mysterious Black River water. For the second type, he was quite excited about what trait he could acquire. Theoretically, mastering the condensing water technique could allow one to control hundreds of liquids, but traits could only be obtained from the initial two chosen. I estimate that, after breaking through to the 6th layer, I should be able to obtain. Yu Hong was still unsure what effect the underwater breathing trait had. At this time his priority was to address the situation outside. Just now, about the method to deal with this black disaster, he said as his other hand clutched a cup, channeling his inner chi. Instantly, the dissolving leech in the cup turned into black smoke in the blink of an eye, evaporating into the air and disappearing. I can handle some of the contaminated water, but it requires time and consumption of inner chi. For solving the drinking water for the entire city, it's not very useful. Thus, I personally think the best method is to obtain the secret of purifying water sources from Xian Jilei, he stated earnestly. Why would anyone willingly share such a secret? Adlai sighed, somewhat disappointed. At a time of such human crisis, is she really going to keep the secret of safe water usage to herself, for her own selfish desires? Yu Hong exclaimed with a shocked expression. Yan Yuqiu and Adlai had no words in response. At such a crisis situation, for the sake of the majority's safety, personal secrets shouldn't remain hidden. Minister Jilei still holding onto such a secret is suspicious. Yu Hong furrowed his brows as he continued analyzing. People are selfish. It's understandable, Adlai said a bit awkwardly. He felt a bit strange. Are you the minister, or am I? What era are we in? How can you say such conscience-betraying words? Except for a few with ulterior motives who oppress others by high-sounding talk, most countries would not rob someone's secret wealth in this way. And even if there were, they certainly wouldn't say it openly. Because this undermines the cohesion at the core of any organization. In the information age, once such news spreads, an organization like this would soon lose all its cohesion and fall apart. All right, let's discuss what that gray-black substance you just separated out was, Adlai whispered. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the city, beneath a residential building. Bang! A muffled blast exploded. Between floors, a resident's security door was blown open, followed by a burst of rapid gunfire. Outside the window of this residence, a long rope was thrown down, and figures quickly slid down it. Schweningning and others hurried downstairs, not even touching the ground before they jumped down and knocked over several black-clad men waiting outside. Taking the lead, a few enhanced individuals forcibly engaged in close combat, breaking the arms of the black-clad men, then took Lin Yi along with an important USB drive and dashed towards the street outside. Bang! At that moment, the windows upstairs were smashed, several black-clad men poked their heads out, saw Schweningning and others escaping, instantly fired a few shots but missed, and could only likewise leap to grab the rope and slide down. But only halfway down. Bang! A gunshot. The rope was severed, and a string of black-clad men fell heavily from the 4th floor, crashing to the ground and groaning in pain. Damn! My shooting is still so awesome. Schweningning laughed as she pretended to blow smoke from the non-existent barrel of her gun. Then, along with an admiring Enin and Linny, she holstered her weapon and continued to blend into the crowd. As for the others like Li Han, they had already dispersed and changed jackets, disguising themselves as ordinary pedestrians blending into the street scene. The group quickly left, evading pursuit, and soon regrouped in a temporarily halted factory within the city. What do we do now? How did those black-clad men find us? Schweningning asked gravely. Currently, they were divided into 2 teams, one led by her including Enin and Yi, the investigative trio. The other team was led by Li Han, comprised of 8 members of the investigative volunteer team. Although they were all from the investigation department, they weren't exactly die-hard followers of Xian Jilei. Now with this evidence, we can completely go to Commissioner Chen Shiguang. We can expose and denounce Xian Jilei. As the deputy commander, Li Han naturally had some connections in the city. He seemed a bit confident in his statement. How do we expose her? Even Commissioner Chen wouldn't dare take action against Xian Jilei now. She holds the secret method to extracting clean water sources. Xuanning shook her head. But if the secret in this USB drive is, if it's true, Li Han's expression became grave. This implied that the fact everyone believed the Misha family had unleashed the black disaster might be partially overturned. The Misha family might be culpable, but they were likely just participants, not the orchestrators. Behind them, there was a bigger power lurking. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, the clear sound of footsteps, the sound of leather boots, slowly approached from the shadows of the factory. Everyone's hearts tightened. They quickly drew their guns and spread out, looking in the direction of the sound. Lin Yi, holding the USB drive, stayed in the back, ready to run if necessary. Chapter 238. Interesting, said a slim, bald man, just over 1.7 meters tall, as he slowly approached the group from the shadows. The lower half of the man's face was covered by a black mask, and his eyes were pitch black with no whites visible. His hands hanging at his sides, his fingertips sharp as knives. He wore a fitted black leather jacket. Pinned to the collar of the jacket on one side was a communicator. It was this communicator that was making the noise. I didn't expect the USB stick with the names to actually be in your hands, said a voice through the speaker, synthesized and gender-neutral, but clearly relieved. That's him. Li Han's eyes reddened the moment he saw the man. It was this man who had killed most of his brothers before. Good, now that you're all gathered, it spares me the trouble of looking further. Hong Lin, kill everyone, came the voice from the communicator. On hearing this, the bald man with black eyes charged forward with unnatural speed. A claw aimed straight for Li Han standing in front.
Bang, 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 bang.
But a flurry of gunfire stopped him in his tracks. From a distance, Xuanning, another cyber-enhanced individual and who had undergone specialized training, drew her gun and fired 4 shots with lightning speed. Her close-range shooting and combat skills were far superior to those of regular enhanced individuals. He's alone. Let's take him down together, she shouted while shooting, alerting everyone to join in. Immediately, Li Han and the others drew their guns and fired as well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Scientific Research Department. This is the core of the black disaster that I've isolated, which is actually the main body of the dissolving leech, but only a part of it. Even if it's wiped out, it won't make much difference. Yu Hong shook his head. In fact, I've exchanged information regarding Xian Jilei with the other directors, but given our water supply issues, even if we do get any evidence, we still can't. Wait. Hang on. Adlai suddenly paused. I've just received new information. The military committee's jurisdiction under Chen has reported an anomaly. A mysterious force is pursuing someone. Surveillance footage and monitoring records, as well as the investigation division's direct command force, Echo Troop, are deploying and cooperating. Who are they pursuing? Yu Hong furrowed his brows, waiting for more. Yes, the person being pursued seems to know Mr. Yu, so you might be interested, said Adlai with a smile. According to the security management law, the use of high-powered firearms is prohibited in the city. Both the pursuers and the pursued have used them, so buck force from the military committee is already on the move. It shouldn't be long before they resolve it. Shall we go and have a look? It seems it does involve me after all. Yu Hong stood up. The pursued might be from the second investigation team. It's possible that Lin Yi and her group are involved. As for the pursuers, their composition is a bit complicated. Not quite clear, Adlai replied. From Yu Hong's reaction just now, he had clearly elevated the importance and priority of the other party to the highest level. Not to mention, the power of inner chi to suppress and eliminate the black disaster was of extreme interest to him. You should know that nowadays most luminous stone mines are exhausted. Although several mines in Aurora City were protected in advance, The prolonged warfare could not be sustained for much more time. Therefore, Yu Hong's miraculous inner chi seemed particularly important. "It seems you're quite confident?" Yu Hong asked. He did not feel that Xian Jilei's actions were that easy to counter. Buck Force is one of Chen's 3 strongest elite units, composed entirely of speed-enhanced individuals, equipped with powerful personal weaponry, and extremely battle-effective, explained Adlai. Of course, just in case, the other 2 departments and I have also dispatched elite squads to assist. Each elite squad is led by a captain ranked in the top 10 for all enhanced individual parameters. With luminous stone-powered weaponry, unless faced with a special entity like Evil Shadow, even a rank 6 or 7 blood-tide monster wouldn't survive 10 minutes. "Let's go have a look," Yu Hong responded neutrally. He could see that the other party was keen to demonstrate the strength of Aurora City to him. Displaying their capabilities and suggesting a solution to the Black Disaster carried an implicit message. It was an attempt to increase his confidence in the safety of Aurora City so that he might join them when facing the insurmountable Black Disaster. "Don't worry. With several of our best units acting together, there will be no problems. It is curious, though, why Echo Troop would openly violate discipline and use firearms in the city without permission. Perhaps there's some directive from Xian Jilei herself," said Adlai. "How will we get there?" asked Yu Hong. "I've arranged a car. Buck Force is always highly efficient. We need to move quickly to see the conclusion of the operation. When we get there, you can have a good talk with an acquaintance and consider staying. After all, the world outside is increasingly dangerous and getting colder," Adlai urged. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the factory. Ding 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 ding. Bullets rained down on the bald man with black eyes, ripping holes in his leather jacket and revealing a layer of shiny black metal underneath. "This guy!" exclaimed Xuaningning as she saw sparks fly off the metal surface from the bullet impacts, her eyes widening with shock. With one hand steadying her aim, she drew another special pistol from behind her back with the other hand. Boom! She fired the special gun as soon as she drew it, the massive recoil knocking her wrist backward. The power of this shot far exceeded the rest. It blasted half of the black-eyed man's face into a mess of blood and tissue. However, the man's facial wounds miraculously began to heal at a visible rate, returning to their original state. "He's not human. Use luminous stone weapons," Xuaningning shouted the moment she saw the rapid healing. But it was already too late. Braving the hail of bullets, the black-eyed man raised his hand and slashed through the air. One of Li Han's comrades was suddenly knocked backward by an unseen force, smashing into the factory machinery and falling motionless. The black-eyed man swung his hands again. Immediately, 2 more team members were flung through the air and slammed against a wall. They fell to the ground, crying out in pain and spitting blood. "Kill!" Li Han exploded in fury, discarding his submachine gun that had run out of bullets, and drawing his scimitar. He gripped it with both hands and charged forward, slashing downward with all his might. He was a strength-enhanced human, and this slash, powered by his entire body strength, had enough force to cleave through the skull of a rhinoceros or an elephant head-on. Clang! But the black-eyed man merely lifted his left hand and caught the blade of the scimitar with ease. "Foolish!" came the synthesized voice from the communicator. The black-eyed man's other hand thrust forward, aiming for Li Han's abdomen. Boom! Another gunshot rang out. Xuaningning accurately intercepted the thrust, disrupting it. Despite her help, Li Han was still struck by an invisible colossal force in his abdomen, flung backward, and followed in the footsteps of his subordinates. She sensed trouble, hastily pulled E with her as they rapidly retreated while throwing a radiation hand grenade forward. Bang! The invisible radiation explosion enveloped a range of several tens of meters around them. Yet it did nothing to hinder the black-eyed man's advance.
Bang bang bang.
Li Han, who stood nearby, rose again and charged over, joining Xuaningning in close combat to resist the black-eyed man's claw attacks. But after just a few exchanges, both were flung away by an immense force, smashing into the wall and falling to the ground, vomiting blood. The black-eyed man swiftly charged toward Lin Yi, or more precisely, toward the USB drive she was protecting. Duck! Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Everyone instinctively ducked their heads in the factory. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from outside. A factory window shattered instantly, and a long, sharp-pointed bullet rushed through the window at nearly triple the speed of sound, generating rings of transparent ripples as it flew a distance, striking the black-eyed man precisely in the back of the head. PFFF. The back of the black-eyed man's head burst open like an exploding watermelon. But horrifically, he seemed utterly unaffected. His headless body staggered, but he continued his charge toward Lin Yi. It's Yuan Qingfei's voice. Buck force from Commissioner Chen Shiguang has arrived.
Li Han exclaimed in dialect.
But before he could rejoice, he saw the headless black-eyed man continuing the assault and his face contorted in shock. Hide! He shouted. But it was already too late. The black-eyed man had reached Lin Yi and smashed a claw toward her head. Boom! 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 3 loud explosions erupted in succession. 3 large holes were blasted through the side wall, and 3 anti-material sniper bullets shot in, hitting the black-eyed man squarely in the right shoulder. The tremendous kinetic energy sent him flying to the left, crashing violently against the edge of a lathe. The corner of the lathe broke off, and the black-eyed man's body was smashed. His spine fractured, leaving him twisted in a grotesque position. But soon, his body shook, he straightened up, and his wounds began healing at an astonishing speed, with countless blood tendrils sprouting from his neck and coalescing into a new head. Roar! Suddenly, large amounts of black blood poured from the black-eyed man's eyes, nose, and mouth. He let out an enraged roar in the direction of the Buck snipers, as black blood spread across his face and rapidly covered his entire body. In no time, his frame began to inflate and grow, becoming taller and bigger. In just a few seconds, a 2-meter-tall black figure stood before everyone. The figure was entirely engulfed in black blood, clothing and all, resembling a shapeshifter congealed from black blood. The intensity of black disaster is rising. Prepare the bomb. Activate density neutralizers. Outside the factory, voices from Buck Squad could be heard one after another. Then came another round of explosive gunfire as anti-material heavy snipers fired shot after shot into the factory, forcing the black blood people to retreat, although they could no longer penetrate his body. By this time, a fleet of vehicles had arrived at the factory's perimeter. Chen Yaofeng, the deputy minister and son of Commissioner Chen Shiguang from the United Forces, along with Deputy Minister Zhang Yongwen from the medical department, and Yan Yuqiu, the branch director from the scientific research department, all high-ranking officials, had personally arrived on site. Squads of heavily armed elite soldiers surrounded the factory. As Yu Hong got out of the car, people from Echo Troop were in the midst of a heated argument with a colonel from the United Forces. He was accompanying Yan Yuqiu and now walked behind him. Adelai's communicator was now clipped to his collar. Outside the factory, optimal sniping positions had already been set up. Burly soldiers bearing the Buck insignia and clad in full sets of advanced Grizzly bulletproof vests, indistinguishable between men and women, continuously fired shots into the factory. Hearing Mr. Yu had arrived with the innovation of the enhancement detector, and not being able to welcome you in time was an oversight on our Aurora City's part, Chen Yaofeng, a mild-mannered middle-aged man in his 40s, said. Though his father Commissioner Chen Shiguang wielded significant power, he showed none of the arrogance characteristic of a second-generation elite. This visit by Mr. Yu is a perfect occasion to observe our second Aurora City's absolute security and defense, Chen Yaofeng said with a confident smile, extending his hand to shake Yu Hong's gently. I appreciate the attention from Minister Chen. I'm just an ordinary researcher. There's no need for such a grand reception, Yu Hong said, worried about the situation inside. Shall we check inside first? Chapter 239. 3 teams arranged for the strength-enhanced individuals to hold transparent ballistic shields, blocking in front of Chen Yaofeng, Yan Yuqiu, and Zhang Yongwen. As the highest-ranking official present, Chen Yaofeng was very friendly towards Hong, voluntarily standing together with Yu Hong and Yan Yuqiu, and using real-time monitoring to observe the situation inside the factory. There was no need for the people to enter, standing 100 meters away from the factory on an open ground. They could completely see the inside of the factory on a large portable tablet screen. The computer displayed 5 square small screens, showing the situation inside from 5 different angles. Yu Hong glanced and immediately spotted Lin Yi, who was cautiously hiding in a corner. His heart tightened slightly, but he didn't act immediately, still standing next to the 3 officials without moving. Mr. Yu's good friend Lin Yi is also here. It seems she is safe and sound, Chen Yaofeng remarked sharply, noticing a slight fluctuation on Yu Hong's face, and smiled. He had received intelligence from the Internal Department of Scientific Research as soon as he arrived. The incident of Yu Hong knocking out a level 3 strength-enhanced individual had already spread. Putting aside Yu Hong's more important tag as a scientific researcher, just this individual martial strength alone was worth him taking the risk to come and recruit. Now, with his father's health deteriorating, he, as the heir, did not feel optimistic about the future situation. To stabilize the situation in Aurora City No. 2, he had to try everything to combat the Black Disaster and the increasingly dire situation. And this required gathering more outstanding talents under his command. Indeed, it's also luck to see her safe and sound. It gives me peace of mind, Yu Hong nodded. But what about that figure draped in black blood? A new type of Black Disaster humanoid. He had also never seen the form of the Black Blood people. Now, confirming Lin Yi was safe, his attention rapidly shifted to the Black Blood people. We're not sure, the red value detectors did not respond, and even the enhancement detectors invented by Mr. Yu showed no data fluctuations. It doesn't seem like a Black Disaster. Chen Yaofeng shook his head. He then turned to look at the old man Yen Yuqiu from the Scientific Research Department. Old Yen, what do you think? Does anything in your department's database match this category? No. Yen Yuqiu frowned deeply, staring at the Black Blood people being targeted by the hunters. It looks quite strong, though. Chen Yaofeng marveled.
Bang 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 bang.
By now, the intense anti-material gunfire could barely suppress the actions of the Black Blood people. He continued growling lowly, waving his arms wildly, trying to block the armor-piercing bullets flying from all directions. Though unable to block them, his body healed at an astonishing speed each time he was shot through. Outside the factory, soldiers with a deer insignia had quietly approached, preparing to rendezvous with Xuanning, Li Han, and the others. Roar! Suddenly, the Black Blood people dove forward, exploding into pieces mid-air. Not torn by the bullets, but his body actively splitting into 5. This bizarre change threw off the hunter's tactics. The 5 pieces dodged the gunfire, soared over a distance of more than 10 meters, caught up with Xuanning, Li Han, and the others, and suddenly merged back into the Black Blood people mid-air. Boom! He dove down, fiercely knocking down a soldier named Li Han who was blocking the front. Then he dashed forward, seizing a radiation hand grenade thrown by a deer soldier. Boom! The grenade burst out a circle of negative radiation and simultaneously blew out a strange layer of white powder. Get down! Someone shouted. Xuanning and others reflexively threw themselves down, and along with them, they also pressed down Lin Yi and Nen with one hand each. Bang! A gunshot sounded outside. The powder on the Black Blood people was instantly ignited, bursting into an enormous orange-red flame. Boom! A huge explosion. All the windows and doors inside the factory were blasted open by the massive airflow. Xuanning and the others were thrown 10 meters away by the blast wave, unable to get up for a while. Lin Yi, being protected underneath, was relatively unharmed, stood up, and helped the 2 move further away. The deer soldiers approached again from a distance, prepared for the rendezvous. Roar! The Black Blood people, incredibly still alive, rushed out from the flames, pouncing towards the group. Outside the factory, Yu Hong's body tensed slightly, ready to move in. But Chen Yaofeng patted his arm. Don't worry, the strength of the deer is not just this. Moreover, there are other elite squads watching all the time. Nothing big can happen. Yu Hong was watching the monitor, about to speak, when he suddenly saw a blurry white figure rush into the monitoring area and deliver a heavy punch directly to the black blood people. Bang! The factory floor trembled slightly. The white figure withdrew its arm, fighting the black blood people to a standstill. He bent and sidestepped, avoiding a claw strike aimed at his head from the black blood people, stretched out his hand and scattered a large amount of white powder, which immediately stuck to the black blood people. As soon as the powder touched its surface, thick white smoke rapidly billowed from the black blood people's body. It staggered, its body starting to shrink rapidly. Before the surveillance, seeing the situation, Yu Hong's tense body slowly relaxed. "What is that?" he asked. According to the real-time data analysis from the expert group, the main method this humanoid monster uses to repair itself involves fluid movement. Thus, if we find a way to restrict this liquidity, we could successfully terminate its exaggerated regenerative power, Yan Yuqiu explained in detail. Afterwards, by utilizing luminous stone weapons and materials powered by sunlight, we can completely destroy it, achieving a fatal blow while doubling the efficiency. Impressive!
Yuhong exclaimed.
It's just that, apart from the evil shadow which follows bizarre rules of the Black Disaster, other threats can only cause us minor inconvenience at most, Chen Yaofeng sighed. Yu Hong nodded in agreement. He had heard before that enhanced humans only had so much enhancement data and found it quite dangerous. After all, what was the extent of the Black Disaster outside? This little data might not even qualify them to stand in front of certain Black Disasters. But now, it seemed that the battle mode of the enhanced humans was not based entirely on physical fitness and martial arts, but on various technological weapons and comprehensive tactics determined by the expert group. He glanced at the three officials, none of whom showed any signs of surprise, which meant they had high confidence in the person taking action at this moment. Enhanced humans, complemented by various modern weapons, indeed produce significant amplifying effects. He nodded approvingly. That's right. In modern warfare, strength is mostly used for bearing weight so one can wear thicker, safer protective gear. Speed is for rapid movement, entering and exiting the battlefield to react swiftly and move freely. Vitality ensures completing mission objectives in various harsh environments. The qualities of enhanced humans, when combined with firepower equipment, are greatly enhanced. Yan Yuqiu nodded. Essentially, in modern warfare, the limitation of weapon equipment power mainly depends on the person. The emergence of enhanced humans has greatly lifted this limitation. He pointed to the surveillance screen. Yu Hong followed his direction. He was slightly startled. At that moment inside the factory, apart from the white shadow, another person had entered. This person was incredibly burly, wearing heavy protective clothing, and carried a massive silver canister on his back, holding a milky white hose in his hand. Hiss! In an instant, a thick red and white flame sprayed from the hose. The flame covered the entire body of the black blood people, even enveloping its surroundings, making it impossible to escape the pursuit of the flame, no matter how it moved or dodged. The ones taking action now are the captain of the Moose Squad, O Nanyun, and the vice-captain, Li Kai. Both of them are top-ranked fighters within the city, Chen Yaofeng said with a smile and a hint of pride. O Nanyun ranks 4th in strength and 2nd in speed in the city, possessing a rare dual-enhanced physique. Combined, his explosive power is extremely exaggerated. And Li Kai is the 2nd strongest in terms of strength, 2nd only to the Strength King. The equipment and weapons he is wearing now weigh nearly 800 kilograms, which no ordinary person can bear. That is a high-temperature sprayer, a new type of weapon made by integrating the rune system with some special artifacts left over from the Black Disaster, Yan Yuqiu explained. Yu Hong raised an eyebrow. Black Disaster artifacts? You've also discovered the use of these things. Of course, Yan Yuqiu nodded. This high-temperature sprayer can spout a flame pillar 3.6 meters long and 0.3 meters in diameter. The temperature of the flame pillar ranges from 2,000 to 2,400 degrees Celsius. This temperature can melt most materials that exist in reality, such as stones, steel, and any common items people can see. Yu Hong nodded, seeing in the surveillance feed that the black blood people had been submerged by the flame pillar, turning more and more into char. After a little more than 10 seconds, the black blood people collapsed backward, curled up, and completely stopped moving. The ground around it was scorched and melted, forming a shallow disc-shaped pit. It's over. The two from Moose Squad exchanged glances, turned off the sprayer, and the Captain O Nanyun stepped forward. He pulled out a retractable short stick from the back of his waist, stretched it into a metal grip, and began to check on the black blood people. Even now, they maintained a safe distance from the black blood people to prevent any high-speed regenerating species from suddenly attacking. Just then, puff! The black blood people, which had already been burnt to a lump, suddenly split open, and a stream of black blood flew out, hitting the nearby O Nanyun. He quickly backed away, but it was too late. His frontal protective suit was stained and began to emit a hissing corrosion sound. It was only because O Nanyun managed to take off his protective suit in time, or he might have been corroded to death inside it. Huff! The fallen protective suit was once again covered by the high temperature of the sprayer and burned intensely. This close call made everyone at the scene tense up. It seems that it has truly ended now. Chen Yaofeng had leaned forward during the unexpected moment, looking slightly nervous. See if there are any remaining artifacts. Yu Hong nodded and spoke in a low voice. The encounter with the black blood people had inexplicably given him a sense of déjà vu. Asterisk. 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 In a cylindrical black building located in a corner of Aurora City No. 2, inside a dim, spacious office, Xian Jilei stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the desk, watching a live feed of the factory projected on the wall. You all have been too sloppy in handling this. The situation has become troublesome. It's all because of your initial actions that weren't decisive enough, she observed, as the faces of Chen Yaofeng and others nearby grew increasingly grim. Indeed, it's our fault. The executors didn't expect these people to cause so much trouble, nor did they expect the reinforcements from the other 3 sectors to arrive so quickly. A burly figure wearing a black metal mask slowly emerged from the shadows. Unlike the previous lazy masked man, this burly figure spoke with a dominating tone, and even in apologizing to Xian Jilei, he didn't fall short. This situation was caused by you. You are responsible for resolving it. Xian Jilei turned back and looked at the person. The personnel from the 3 sectors have already gathered. The association says that the USB list must absolutely not be leaked. All possibly informed individuals must be eliminated. The burly masked man spoke calmly. You're saying?
Xin Dileshai Lit Toik.
She had thought that some madmen in the association were crazy, but she didn't expect them to dare to be this crazy. Understanding the other party's intention in a flash, she fell silent. I disagree, and I do not permit it. Chapter 240. There's no second option now. Once those people are rescued, the list will definitely leak, so we can only fully eradicate everyone present to meet the association's needs. The brawny masked figure said solemnly. Do such a thing, and I'll be utterly unable to establish myself in the city. All departments will target me. You are sacrificing my interests to stabilize the overall situation. Xian Jilei gritted her teeth. Minister Exin, have you forgotten that you have had no choice for a very long time? The brawny masked figure reminded her calmly. Xian Jilei fell silent. It was quite a while before she spoke again, her voice dry. I understand. I will arrange for Echo Troop to cooperate with you. That's good, nodded the brawny silhouette. Chen Yaofeng is Chen Shiguang's son, the most crucial identity among those present. After we begin, I will activate the Black Blood People's final and complete form, and then kill everyone completely. The whole process will be completed in about 2 minutes. After that, your people need to completely seal off the surrounding area and spread the Black Disaster fake body powder, temporarily contaminating everyone inside into carriers of the Black Disaster scent, not letting a single person escape. Xian Jilei was silent. After more than 10 seconds, she responded in a low voice. What if the Black Blood People's complete form becomes uncontrollable? She asked at last. No worries, after it kills enough people, it will stop on its own. The brawny masked figure replied. Asterisk. 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 High-temperature columns of flame were continuously scorching the black blood people on the ground. The protective suits contaminated with black blood were melting in the flames, turning into a gooey mixture of charred objects and thick molten rock. "Let's go, it's over, we should go down and check the situation," Yan Yuqiu said, relaxing. He held a complex silver device in his hand, its meters still shaking and changing. Chun Yaofeng nodded and looked towards Yu Hong. "Mister, you coming along?" "Sure." Yu Hong wanted to take a closer look at the bizarre black disaster. At the same time, his gaze also fell on Lin Yi in the surveillance. Even though Yi didn't seem to have any injuries, he felt, despite the victory, Lin Yi and Xuanning seemed to still be in a strange tension. They seemed to be concerned about more than just the present, and had not relaxed despite the battle being over. Boom! Just then, Li Kai, the deputy leader of the stag group inspecting the black blood people in the factory, was suddenly struck in the waist by a black tentacle emerging from the flames. The enormous impact burst out at the speed of a bullet, instantly breaking his spine into several segments. The protective suit was shattered and pierced, and even the toughened skin, muscles, and bones of a top-tier reinforced human proved futile. With just one hit, the black tentacle sent Li Kai flying over 10 meters, leaving a mark on the ground where he landed. Roar! A mass of black tentacles surged out of the flames, quickly coalescing into form, and once again taking the shape of the black blood people. As soon as it formed, it let out a wild roar. Swoosh! The figure disappeared. This time the black blood people moved much faster than before. In a blink, it appeared in front of O Nanyun, swinging a claw. Clang, 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 clang. The two exchanged more than 10 blows in quick succession, with O Nanyun's reactions gradually unable to keep up, being continuously suppressed and at a disadvantage. Xuanning, not far away, kept putting in cold shots, helping O Nanyun to regain the upper hand. Before long, 2 more stag group experts joined to surround it, while another 2 dragged away Deputy Leader Li Kai for a quick evacuation. At this moment, Yu Hong, along with Chun Yaofeng and others, had already reached the factory entrance and were about to go in when they suddenly saw Li Kai being carried out by brute force. His heart tightened, and he immediately wanted to go in. "Don't worry. Lin Yi and the others have already been evacuated from the back door. Now only the stag group and this black disaster monster are left in the warehouse." Yan Yuqiu stopped him. "Leave this to the professionals. We researchers should try not to cause trouble." Boom! A big chunk of the wall right in front of the group bulged out, cracking with large chunks of cement falling to the ground. Yu Hong looked at Yan Yuqiu, whose complexion had changed. "Do we have an emergency plan for this kind of situation?" he asked. Yan Yuqiu's face turned grim. "Commander, this area is no longer safe. You must withdraw immediately and head to the emergency command shelter," several nearby guards hurriedly said. "All right." Chun Yaofeng's complexion was also not great. He had intended to showcase the local strong capability to resist the black disaster in front of Yu Hong to attract him to move and settle here. But he hadn't anticipated. The current situation seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Under protective escort, the group quickly retreated, only getting about a dozen meters away. Boom, boom, boom. The entire factory's walls exploded in succession, a massive fire engulfing everything, completely collapsing the factory. The huge factory roof came crashing down, covering everything. Dust and stones burst out, with thick white smoke accompanying the flames, completely covering and burying the original location of the factory. Yu Hong suddenly understood why Yan Yuqiu hadn't let him go in. It turned out they had already planned to use concentrated explosives to completely resolve the humanoid black disaster. After making sure Yi was safe, he had no intention of unnecessarily confronting the black disaster himself, especially not the bizarre and powerful humanoid black disaster. If others went to exhaust and probe it, he would naturally be happy to let them. The thermal radiation reaction is gone. This time it's definitely resolved. Yan Yuqiu breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? How come the black disaster can't be suppressed, even with the combined use of sunshine material bullets and luminous stone bombs? Chun Yaofeng was extremely dissatisfied, quietly asking a stag group liaison nearby. The show of strength this time, with the Buck's performance, was extremely dissatisfactory to him, with a series of mishaps making him look quite awkward in front of Yu Hong. For such an important research talent, a stable environment is more critical than anything. Even though Yu Hong is also a decently capable enhanced person, compared to his research talent attribute, the label of an enhanced person means very little. Roar! At that moment, a beastly roar that changed the color of anyone who heard it burst forth from the ruins after the factory explosion. Swoosh! A dark shadow burst through the dust cloud, colliding heavily with O Nanyun, who had just retreated. The latter was struck by the tremendous force, spat out blood, was thrown flying, and fell to the ground motionless. The dark shadow moved at a breakneck speed, more than twice as fast as before, weaving through the soldiers and quickly eliciting a series of screams. Retreat! 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 Keep your distance! A sergeant bellowed loudly. The soldiers instinctively began a well-trained retreat, but it was too late. The shadow was too fast. How could it not be killed by the joint bomb?
Impossible.
Yan Yuqiu stared in disbelief at the shadow. Not far away, another official, the deputy director of the medical department Zhang Yongwen, had already boarded an armored vehicle with an ugly expression on his face and started leaving. Mr. Yu, we should go first. They will handle the aftermath and the blockade. Chen Yaofeng urgently urged Yu Hong to leave with him. Are we just leaving this place? Yu Hong asked in astonishment. There were so many people present. Although there seemed to be many, if they were really blocked off by the black disaster, these hundreds of people wouldn't last 2 minutes. We can only enact the ultimate isolation. This level of black disaster, as soon as we exit its hunting attack range, will stop on its own. Compared to the elite enhanced soldiers, us staying here is just a hindrance, explained Chen Yaofeng hastily. He had already boarded an armored vehicle and was waving at Yu Hong. Exit the range? Yu Hong looked back. He saw that among the ruins, the dark shadow continuously darted back and forth among the crowd, leading to exploding bullets and fire wherever it went. The soldiers tried to stop it, but it was of little use. The enhanced people's eyesight indeed could capture it, but bullets and bombs eventually run out. Once out, the casualties among the present soldiers would undoubtedly be severe. Very strong. His expression grew slightly grave. The opponent's speed was too fast. Even though he specialized in the Thunderbolt leg technique, his speed was only slightly better than the opponent's. When the speed is on a similar level, it's extremely difficult for any one person to catch another. Wait! Something's blocking the way outside. We can't get out. Suddenly, the armored vehicle that Zhang Yongwen had just driven away came back. Several guards yelled loudly from the side of the vehicle. Gunfire and explosions came from outside, with a few soldiers attempting to use bullets and small explosives to breach. It was then that the people near the factory realized that, unbeknownst to them, a layer of grayish-white thick fog had encircled them, cutting off the buildings of Aurora City from the outside. They tried to charge in, but quickly found themselves circling back out. It was as if there was a huge maze inside. We've been sealed off outside, someone screamed. Several elite troops did not panic. Some continued to suppress the black disaster. Some quickly studied the rules of the fog blockade to attempt to break out. Another part was responsible for protecting the officials present. Where's Echo Troop? They've disappeared. A soldier noticed the issue and reported immediately. Soon, Chen Yaofeng and others were aware of the disappearance of Echo Troop, and seeing the thick fog around, everyone speculated that this mist was very likely not natural but man-made. Xian Jile definitely has a problem. Chen Yaofeng clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the door of the armored vehicle, his expression ugly. If this keeps up, none of us will get out. We'll all be killed by the black disaster. We must find a way to trap the black disaster, to buy some time. Yan Yuqiu spoke urgently. Mr. Yan, do you have any ideas? Chen Yaofeng quickly asked. What was the black disaster's initial target? Do you remember? Yan Yuqiu quickly said. Was it that investigation team's people? Chun Yaofeng reacted. Are you saying those people were bait? They purposely lured us here into a trap and then kill us all together? It couldn't be a trap. Yu Hong suddenly spoke up, interrupting their conversation. Why are you so sure, Mr. Yu? Chun Yaofeng retorted. Because. Yu Hong's expression turned cold. He turned his head to look at the black blood people approaching against the bullets toward them. With me here, no one can kill them. As soon as the words ended, he vanished from his spot. Boom, a huge explosion. Yu Hong charged head-on at full speed towards the black blood people, turning into a dark shadow. He bent his knees and surged upward. Boom! A terrifying force exploded violently between them. The black blood people were struck by the sudden knee strike into the chest, crushed by the corrosive power of the inner chi in an instant, blowing a huge hole in the back. Its hands reached for Yu Hong, only to find that its arms couldn't move for the moment. Its hands were also grasped by Yu Hong's arms. Thunderbolt! Yu Hong's eyes ignited with white light as immense force grabbed the black blood people, and his right leg suddenly turned into a phantom, cracking like thunder on its abdomen. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying succession of explosions roared continuously. The black blood people's body looked like a broken doll. Its body shattered limb by limb from the whipping kicks. Its legs, abdomen, the entire lower half of the body, were all kicked into a bloody mess.